Not. He's gone already. Hello? No.
Hello, can you hear us? Hello? 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 I cannot find anyone to turn on the microphones. There's no one.
It's working. Is it working?
It is work. Oh, great. But
Hello? Yeah, it works.
hello, everybody. Can you hear me? It works well? I think so. Yes, we cannot check if people online can hear us.
Yes, but I don't know if there's anyone online. Because there's no one online for the moment. It's okay.
Okay, good. Let's start. Yes. Yeah. First of all, yeah, welcome everybody for our conference. Thanks a lot for your time, for your presenting here, and to be a part of this community of DPPs, development projects, materials modeling projects, and materials digitalization projects. Okay, my name is Natalia Konchakova. I am the coordinator of DigiPass project, and together with the team of co-organizing team of DigiPass project, CIRPAS 2 projects, and THESEUS project, we are now starting our exchange, collaboration, and networking on the field of digital passports and digitalization, and all these materials and product data exchange and sharing. I'm going now to our PC, which all of us will use to present your talks. And the procedure is the same. The presenter, please go to this PC. We have the one for each session, and to control yourself. Yeah, your presentation, your temp, your slides, and 15 minutes will be for each presenter, and chair of the session will help you to stop. Really stop your talk after 15 minutes. And it is a kind request to everybody, and it is really a requirement for other colleagues to be in time. Yeah? Good.
Turn on the microphone there. On
First slide. Yeah, I need to have my slides. And now it is not on the screen.
Why is it not on the screen now?
Yeah.
Sharing.
It is sharing which.
Why is it not sharing?
No idea. No. No sharing from this computer.
C'est pour ça.
Thank you.
Why.
It was?
Yep.
Yes, it is. Good. We're starting now our conference for DPP4EU, collaboration and networking projects. Here you can see our title, Driving Sustainability with Digital Product Passport and Digital Transformation, Bridging Regulations and Business, and bridging, of course, different communities who are working on these difficult fields of digitalization and passport. 3 projects, and I would like to bring you some numbers which we collected yesterday. We have 400 plus official registration for this conference, but we published this live streaming links, and currently people can join without any registrations. That is why I think this audience is really broader as this number here. We will have 55 talks during these 3 days. It is from EU-funded projects and other national-funded project, collaborative projects. We have these representatives for all EU countries. If we are looking for the consortium who are represented here, it is really the full union here. For these 3 days, we will have 7 sessions, panel discussion and open microphone session. If you would like to give your opinion at this session, please contact Caroline by email and say, yes, I have some information for community. Would you like to give it, to share it on the end of the conference, and we will place this speech in the program. Currently, you can see in the program only identification. This is the session, and with this purpose. I'm very happy to say this is collaborative work of 3 EU-funded projects. All 3 projects was funded and now managed by HADEA. Thanks a lot for support and to give us this opportunity to collaborate. And it is DigiPass, CIRPAS 2, and THESEUS projects. We have now these 400 participants registered, more as 50 projects, 55 presentations. I here collect the number from oral presentations and from posters presentations as well. It is the talks related to different European Commission Directorates-Generals. You can see now the names. It is DG RTD, Connect, Grow, and Environment. And we will have 6 EU input talks for our, after that, our sessions. 7 sessions on not only for DPPs implementation. It is a general for digitalization and these challenges to share data, to exchange data, especially industrial relevant data, but scientific data as well. And this data sharing aspect we will discuss. Here is technical conference. Here is really to exchange experience and maybe generate next steps for challenges and exchange the knowledge we already have. Not start each time from zero to generate next steps. It is some statistics here from the participants registered here. More as 50% is industry, because it is clear digital passport digitalization, it is the interest of industry very high now. 25% academia. We are here registered by 20% from civil society, NGOs, and governmental and public sectors, approximately 5%. I would like to say very, very huge thanks to HADEA, to Commission, especially for DG RTD, to Sophia. Fantastic, she's here, to Martin Polika, the project officer who supported us for design this conference and program, to Thomas Ebert from DG Connect, who will contribute to panel discussion together with Martin as well. To HADEA, first of all, to Fanny, thanks a lot for all your hard and really, 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 this job to support us. Thanks a lot. And Begonia as well to support us from DigiPass project. And organization team, who are all here. It is from DigiPass project, 5 persons here. We can collaborate. We are open. It is THESEUS is DigiPass is coordination support action. It is THESEUS project, and we are really happy to involve the community to our aspects. We will present different talks here. Please go to discuss it. CIRPAS 2, Caroline is here, and she did a great job as well for organization of this conference and to bring experience from CIRPAS, CSA, now collaborating with us. And THESEUS project, Kostas and Stella are there to collaborate as well. We will have 3 days discussion and collaborations. Now we have the web page and we update the program constantly. It is some last changing. You can look at the web page and look at the program. In general, it is the same as was 2 days before. I sent you end of the last week. It is small modifications, but anyway, you can look at. We are starting today at 2 and we'll finalize 19:30. Tomorrow it is from 9 until 19:30. Hard day, a full day, but we are here to do this job. And next day it is until 4:30. Finalizing with discussion with open microphone sessions and next steps for collaboration. The links for broadcast and recording is here as well. One additional information, 15 minutes for each of you. It is here, and it is including presentation and questions. Of course, it is not a lot of time. It is not enough to discuss the projects, but it is give the input for networking, and after that to speak together here. For poster sessions, we will have today 2 minutes to present your poster and address. It is my poster. Please go after that to me and discuss in that networking event. We will use Slido. Please look for this number as the code, event code. Please register it or go in with this code, we will collect questions, because these 3 minutes, if it would be, it is not enough, but we can collect these questions, and we will, after that, download, send to everybody. If you expect to have the answer, please give your name or address. Yeah. If it is general question, please, or we can go after that and discuss it, but it is only to collect. All of you must not answer directly a question in the Slido. It is to presenter to know the interest of the audience. Open microphone, I already told, please contact Caroline. And more details and now more real photos from organizer at the web page, and you can go and see who is who and with whom you would like to speak. We are planning to write the report, short report, after the conference. And with this report, we need your agreement, signed agreement, that we can use your presentations. And, for example, the number of participants and of this thing. I will bring tomorrow the only Excel sheet printed to have your signs. I agree that my presentation could be used for this report. Please support us to generate it. It is not for commercial use or something, so it is to generate this outcome from this event. And it is a slide about next thinking, slide a little bit full. I would like to give you information that this conference has some history. We started from open innovation projects. It was 3 sister projects in 2021. It was the first workshop between 3 projects who developed open innovation platforms. And it was, with support of HADE as well, with our project advisor, Rositsa Vasilieva. She supported us very well. In 22, it was a little bit bigger conference, workshop in Brussels. We involved OETB, Open Innovation THESEUS projects. In 23, it was a conference in Luxembourg, and it was bond with, as outcome, it was a DigiPass project. Many partners involved in OETBs and open innovation platforms. And last year, it was invited with national and EU projects related to digitalization. It was the conference's Open Innovation Platform 2024. And after that, we met with Caroline and spoke with CIRPAS 2. And now we have this conference, DPP4EU, as DigiPass Forum. And we are thinking to go next year as well. Date and place is not decided yet, but we are going to discuss not only DPPs, maybe materials digitalization, data harmonization, and materials commons concept. And here it is some requests or some question to EU, maybe to Commission, how to coordinate all these projects and use this power of DPP and modeling and digitalization projects, and maybe to go for more coordinated approach for next edition. Any your requests, any your ideas for next session were very welcome, and for the open microphone session, maybe we can discuss it. It is only not task, but thinking for these 3 days, what we can address for the next edition. It is all from my side as welcome, and from organizing committee, we're looking for this successful event, and we will start now our technical conference. Thank you very much. First speaker.
The people actually from the audience, they are saying that they can follow the conference, but it's a big echo. They cannot really clearly listen actually what we are saying. No, actually when Natalia was speaking.
We need.
I'm not talking about me actually, I'm talking to the people actually on the net.
On the web?
On the web. Maybe we need to close all our microphones. Please, close every microphones here in the room. Your is closed. Yeah, my
I don't. I'm not connected.
To close.
Me too as well. But okay.
Yes, I'm saying some people in the room may be connected.
Exactly.
And then they should disconnect from the voltage.
Yes.
They connect to see things on the screen, but it's not good.
If somebody connected here, yeah, with streaming, please disconnect to avoid any echoes. Yeah. Good. Yeah.
All good to go?
Yes. First, our speaker, yeah, Alexandro Ion.
Yeah.
Please start your presentation.
Caroline, you should check actually that all the macros actually are off.
Yes.
Macros actually, you can check actually within the audience that all the macros actually are off.
But
If
it
it's
is
not
only one.
yes.
If they were on, they would have flashed. But actually they don't react, you know, on such real time.
They are on only if you see the red light.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is
And
only
it's
one.
Like
There is only one, then you
It's only one.
Yes. And it's one at a time.
But I agree, there's a terrible. You should disconnect. From
There is an echo.
There is an echo. I will warn. I will.
They said actually they cannot follow at all what the people
I know.
say.
Here, I'm going to tell the.
Technician. Let's give it a few minutes.
Follow quite well.
Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, I want to thank you for organizing this event. We look forward to see all the projects that are developing or working on developing items for the digital product passport. My name is Alexandru Ion, and I'm the team leader for the cross-sectoral team that will implement the digital product passport in DigiGrow. And minding the time, I will give you a short update on the state of play on the policy side of the digital product passport and take any potential questions that you might have. So first of all, inside DigiGrow we see, and inside the Commission in general, we see the digital product passport as a container of digitalized product information. And it can serve like as a digital identity for products that will enable traceability, and it will enhance transparency throughout the value chain of a product. And it supports as such a series of policy initiatives around eco-design and environmental data, legal compliance, declaration of conformity, or product instructions. So why did we end up with introducing the digital product passport? First and foremost was to enhance transparency around product information and to help the consumers to make informed choices. Then it was to promote circular economy, support digitalization, and recently ensure that regulatory compliance is evenly applied on the market. The legal framework that we currently have in place contains basically the birthplace of the digital product passport, which was the Eco-Design for Sustainable Product Regulation, which introduced the DPP. But we also have the batteries regulation, recently the toy safety regulation and the detergents regulation that were just adopted, have introduced the digital product passport for containing and making available the declaration of conformity in a digital format. But we also have the packaging and waste packaging regulations, the upcoming Green Claims Directive, and the construction products regulation. To complete the operational framework of the digital product passport, we will adopt 4 pieces of secondary legislation, mainly concentrated around the how the registry will work, how the establishing the rules for the lifecycle management for the unique identifiers and data carriers, around the requirements for the future DPP service providers, as well as issuing verifiable credentials for the DPP system. A few words about the main aspects of the digital product passport. So it needs to have a user-friendly access in order to fulfill its intended purpose. It needs to have data integrity. We will have differentiated access levels where actors will have access to data that will be made according to their rights, which will be set in the future legislation. We'll have different application level, meaning that the digital product passport will be applied at model, item, or batch level. It will be available for the duration of the lifetime of the product. This is currently foreseen in the ESPR, but future delegated acts might bring in more precise timing for different product groups. It would be machine readable, structured, and transferable, making it also a good tool for automating some of the tasks and some of the reporting obligations for product-specific legislation. And one of the most important priorities for us is to prevent any kind of vendor lock-in situation or prescribe the technology that would be used in implementing the digital product passport. So inside the Commission, there will be two parallel strands of work. In my team in DigiGrow, we will develop the cross-sectoral IT tools, the standards that will relate to the DPP and the cross-sectoral legislation. And at the same time, colleagues in the Commission dealing with product-specific issues, they will put out the legislation that will introduce the data points and the exact operation of the digital product passport for those specific product groups. This is a broad overview of the standards that we requested Sensenelec to develop for the digital product passport. There will be a presentation on this, so I will not go into the details. This is an example on how a digital product passport could look like, and here we have as a data carrier a QR code, but when it comes to data carriers and the upcoming standards, you'll have a few more information from the upcoming presentations. So we can see that it can contain elements around circularity, but also compliance and consumer-related information. Then we will have, at the level of the Commission, we will develop and operate two centralized tools for the digital product passport. One will be the DPP registry, and the other one will be the web portal. One would be to collect all the data about the digital product passports, and here one caveat: we will only collect in the DPP registry so far, as it is foreseen in the legislation, only unique identifiers and some certain high-level metadata about the DPPs, while the data will still be kept with the economic operators. And the web portal will allow users to search and compare for digital product passports. This here on this slide, we have an overview on the technical architecture of the system, where you can see the two centralized elements. You can also see the decentralized part of the system, where the DPP content is stored with the economic operators or can be delegated to future DPP service providers. We already have here the link foreseen with the CERTEC system for the customs authorities. And here, again, a small asterisk, the DPP will be a mandatory tool for importing goods into EU. So whenever the goods arrive at border control, they already need to have a DPP registered in the DPP registry. The type of information that will be included in the digital product passport will revolve around technical performance, environmental aspects, circularity, legal compliance, or product-related information, like, for example, instructions of use. But the specific data points will be detailed in the upcoming delegated acts under the Eco-Design for Sustainable Product Regulation, or in standalone legislation like we see in toy safety regulation or in the detergents regulation. Here is an overview of the ESPR work program that was adopted in April, and it gives you the list of products that will be prioritized to get a digital product passport under the Eco-Design regulation. We have here textiles, iron and steel furniture, aluminum tires, mattresses, and energy-related and ICT products. A few possible future developments on the digital product passport and how it can be reused by companies in order to automate their reporting obligation and also legal compliance, especially in view of the revision of the new legislative framework. And here a few words of the omnibus that has a part on digitalization, so on moving from paper obligations to digital provision of information. We had a consultation with the industrial forum run by DigiGrow, where we asked the participants if they would support the digitalization of instructions of use and declaration of conformity, and the future use of the digital product passport to provide this information. So in the current omnibus proposal, we have adopted a phased approach. The first phase will be to accept on a voluntary basis by company to digitalize the instructions of use and declaration of conformity, and it will follow that in the revision of the NLF to look into reusing the digital product passport for providing this information. Some of the upcoming milestones will have the first digital product passport that will be applied for batteries as of 2027 in February. And here we included the batteries for electric vehicles and the industrial batteries. We'll also have the launch of the registry in July 2026, which is and also a legal deadline, as it is foreseen already in the ESPR. And here we have a broader overview of the timeline for the different elements of the DPP implementation. So we have the standardization request, where we hope to have an agreement by the end of this year, and then use the first part of 2026 for the administrative steps in order to be able to publish the work in form of harmonized standards. Then we have the secondary legislation that I mentioned earlier, which is supposed to be adopted by the end of 2026. We have the registry, which needs to be in place by July, and the web portal, as it is not a legal requirement, both from the ESPR for the Commissioner but also for the companies, will come as a second priority. So we'll concentrate first on the tools that will enable the companies to comply with the legal requirements, and then we will look into the tools that will help support the system. Thank you, and in case you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Yes, please, yeah, please open your microphone.
Yes, this is Raymond Koppelaar from EcoWise Circularity project. Thank you, Alexander. I have a question that relates to the voluntary registration on the DPP registry. I think that's relevant for everyone in the room, plus companies. Is there that envisioned? Because it's mentioned in the slides from Oscar Nieto on the CPR, that from 2026 there's a voluntary period where you could register your DPPs. And I think that's quite important for experimenting or for testing. How do you register to get manufacturers on board? But I don't know if any ideas have been set up already on this, where you don't have to have a DPP, but you want to register it basically.
So we'll definitely have some kind of sandbox environment once the registry is up and running, where companies can go and start basically using the service as a production service to see how everything will be put in place. But for the time being, we have not yet decided if it's only going to be the sandbox or if there is going to be an option to actually use the live environment as well. But as soon as we do have an environment ready, that will be made available for companies to test it out, see how the registration, how the notification process work, and so on.
Yes, I have one question. First of all, thank you for the nice presentation. Shahin Jamali from Base Project Coordination. So I had a question regarding your presentation regarding energy-related products that you mentioned that would be basically as the next steps happening. So can you elaborate on that? What do you mean by energy-related products and how the market and the sector should be prepared for that? I'm also specifically interested, as I'm coming from a Fraunhofer, that we do energy infrastructures and geothermal energy, so it is actually really interesting for us to know about it.
Yeah, thank you for the question. On the specifics of each product groups, you will have more details as soon as the team that handles those product groups will start the work. So there will be a study, there will be an impact assessment, because as you can see, the naming is quite broad, but it will not cover the whole sector. So even when we're talking about iron and steel, for example, there will be like certain elements and certain specific products inside that category that will get a digital product passport. So we'll need to wait a bit until the work starts, and the colleagues that will be in charge of those product groups will make the detailed list of the products from that product groups that will get eco-design requirements.
Thank you very much.
There is a question from the
Wes,
audience.
please.
No,
Yeah.
just from the
Please
hand.
activate your microphone.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. This one? Okay. They are asking actually, the first question is there or will be a public tender for developing the DPP registry or the web portal?
So for the time being, we're just gathering the requirement. There is no decision on how these systems will be built. So a decision on this will be made later. It can be, but it can also be developed inside the Commission. So we don't know yet.
And there is another question. Okay. Yeah, that's great. What data points actually will be presented in the DPP will be a sector specific?
So the data points that will be included in the digital product passport, they can come from horizontal legislation that will introduce data points for all the products concerned, but mainly it will come from the product-specific legislation, such as the delegated acts under the ESPR or toy safety regulation that introduces requirements only for toys. There might be delegated acts under the ESPR that could introduce for all the product-specific requirements. It will really depend. There is no exact answer on this question.
There is a lot of questions. I take only one more. A question actually for you specifically. They said, what about non-EU MS and non-EU countries, in essentially how they can participate in the DPP?
The DPP will be a mandatory element for all economic operators that will place products on the EU market. It's irrespective if they are here in the EU, if the products are manufactured or imported, everybody will need to have a digital product passport. If you import products that under the EU legislation will require a digital product passport, at the moment of the import, you don't have the passport registered in the DPP registry, they will not pass the border control.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Of course. So, thank you so much. Here are Martin Schreck and me, Thomas Knote, representing the THESEUS JTC 24. And we have just 50 minutes. This is at least the same what we are doing since the beginning to try to go over water, to have two persons presenting for 50 minutes. Today, we are focusing on just two items. One is to follow the invitation by Caroline, thank you so much, regarding the spooky issue of inquiry for the standardization under THESEUS. And the second one is Martin will explain how we try to go over water in JTC 24. Anyhow, you know, and I don't like to explain more, in JTC 24, we are just focusing on the, oh, let's look, where's the mouse? Where's the mouse? Okay, that's the mouse. Just to the DPP system. Not about data, but of course how to link to the data. So next one is just why we use this meta structure on the right side. This is based on an ISO 11354. This is an interoperability framework we used and adapted for creating the different modules of the standardization elements we have to standardize under the roof of the THESEUS. There are some open items, and here European Commission foresee implementing acts and delegated acts for implementing that. So we have at least these 8 modules. Alexandra had briefly introduced this for making at least the path for having one system for different DPPs under the roof of different product groups. Yeah. So now looking to our work, we are more than 300 experts coming from 20 member states plus Switzerland plus UK and Norway, and currently we are working together with 32 liaison requests. And in order to fulfill the standardization request comes from the ESPR, as Alexandro has explained, but behind this we have a lot of other regulation like the battery one. The JTC 24 has the big deadline even today until December 31st to deliver the 8 modules, which in a harmonized manner means harmonized European norms means that they are published in a journal. It's still voluntary, yeah, but of course we had this question with this registry. If the economic operators do not follow the standards, they cannot register their product, and so they are not allowed to put them on the market. So to some extent, these standards are at least not so voluntary as it looks like. Yeah. So, but anyhow, you see the planet end on JTC 24 is 2028. So, and even longer, because we expect, and this is already written in the ESPR, changes and developments. So, this means our work do not stop at the end of the year. Where we are, we have these 4 groups. 3 of them are working on standards for unique identifiers, data carriers, security and interoperability frameworks. And 7 out of 8 are now completed. And in workgroup 1, and Martin is representing exactly this group as a convener. They are doing everything with external relationship, with cross-cutting issues, and cross-cutting issues is as well anything about the system architecture, for instance. So, but now going to the request by Caroline, what is an inquiry? The inquiry is at least for giving the national standardization bodies of every member state to publish the drafts of the standards, to be harmonized, and to collect the comments. And every national mirror committee is organizing the acquisition and the evaluation of the national comments on its own responsibility. Even the different member states are doing this to some extent in a common sense, but they have their own responsibility. So Switzerland, we have Adrian here, they can do this differently, yeah, if they want. But anyhow, we have the JTC24 secretary. This is managing the distribution of the comments to the work groups and respective the conveners and project leaders. In the work groups, all distributed comments will be discussed and decided, accepted, rejected, and even postponed to the next version. As I mentioned, JTC24 will not end at 2025. So now coming to the timeline. I think it's very important. So as I mentioned, we started in January 1st, 2024, and in 22nd of June, the first 6 out of the 8 modules will be published in the different member states by their, let me say, conditions. Then we have the phase of inquiry and comment handling until 16th of October. And after that, we have again editing, translation, because I don't know why, we have to translate into German and French, and have then the preparation for national publication and formal vote, so that we can go until December 2024. So what is behind that? In 26th of June, in every member state, the national standardization body is required to publish these standards to some extent and decide on the distribution to the JTC24 Secretariat. Then we have a phase where we can consolidate, distribute the comments to the JTC24 conveners and project leads so that they can understand what's happened. And until 16th of October, we are obliged to handle all the comments and resolutions in JTC24, making this as a decision. So because this is under the responsibility of each member state, I just take the example from Germany. So that means we have in the DIN Mirror Committee a portal where all the members of our Mirror Committee, like Adrian, Attila Kuhn, he can already, let me say, comment on that. On the other hand, we have a public portal for registered persons. They can as well add comments to that. So both goes to the National Mirror Committee. They are collecting and deciding which comment went to JTC24 and which not. So, and based on that, there is a governance organized by JTC24 Secretariat and work group conveners. So this is a principle, this is a timeline, and this is what is behind the inquiry. So, and now we come to Martin Schreck, because he is organizing the most complicated work, means the cross-cutting issues and all the advisory stuff in JTC24, and will provide some special experience in this special project.
Thank you very much.
5 minutes we have just, sorry.
Yes, again, we walk on water with one leg now. It's okay. The JTC24 is comprising of 300 experts, and they have commercial interests. That is not a secret. There's nothing wrong with it. That's how it is. And that means we are meeting competing technologies, they are meeting diverse standardization cultures and also geopolitical perspectives. And under the situation that we have only 18 months for 8 standards, where each and every one of these standards could easily take 4 to 10 years to develop, we don't have very much time to solve this. And our main challenge is actually that the technologies that are introduced by the experts into this, they have this Highlander approach. It works if you use my approach and no other one. And everyone is the same, and we need to sort of combine them. Then the other issue is that while some have sort of a generalistic approach, others would like to decide the color of a certain screw as well in the standard. That is also a problem. And then we have, of course, 8 standards that have to interact each other as a framework. They have interdependencies that have to be identified while we are developing them and handling them at the same time. So these are the main issues that our colleagues facing and had to handle. And this is not to blame anybody. This is how standardization is. This is the real world, and this has to be handled. So we're having actually the SENS system is a very strict system. I'm not criticizing it either. I think it's how it is. It has a waterfall. It's a very structured, very administrative, hierarchical system of drafting, ballots, commenting, revision, translation, and then voting, as it's shown on the left side. But this is a waterfall approach, and all those who know project management, you do these approaches when you know what is the outcome that you want to deliver. So building a house after architectural planning, that is a waterfall approach. But developing a solution with IT and different technologies, we don't actually know what is the result. So then we have to handle iterative development, cross-functional teams, iterative planning. We have to use continuous feedback and improvement. Also everything that people that are used to an agile project management environment are actually using. We have to sort of make agile requirements and waterfall processes to work together. This is the challenge, and this is actually also our recommendation and finding to this community when you continue working on your projects. We have to facilitate interdisciplinary work and coordination hubs to discuss and develop ideas. We have to sort of create bonfires where we can collect each other, scatter each other, sit together, and have a discussion what we are seeing, what we are facing, what the problem is, and how we could solve it. And we have to do this in an iterative work inside a linear process. For this bonfire, this is not a bonfire, but we are using a system architecture that we have developed. We have from the start, we are very strict. We want to have our own system architecture, not somebody else's, because we want to have a level playing field and start from scratch. We have, because we wish we would have received the use cases on UML-defined systems from the European Commission. We didn't get this. So we have to find our own use cases in small groups. We have the issue of terminology. Also, we are using the same words, but we are not meaning the same thing all the time. This has to be harmonized. And the newest thing is a little bit also what Caroline is coming up is this thing with the data dictionaries. We need to combine different data dictionaries, and that's why we have to find the word definition repository. This is a tool to let different data dictionaries work together. And we are developing the idea now, which is an important tool to make this whole work. It is so important. If we don't manage to do this, then some companies would have to put their development into the garbage because they have to use somebody else's data dictionary, and this is not acceptable. So we need to make them combining, and this is what we are working on. And so these are the 4 bonfires we have for the time being to sit around and discuss and see things. And then in Agile world, it's very important to communicate with the stakeholders, with the project owners, and that is the Commission. So we have a direct contact into the European Commission whenever we want, and I'm very, very grateful that the Commission is giving us this. And we are also creating joint working group meetings where we invite external experts to enrich our knowledge. What have we learned? That is the last slide. We should start with structured sprints and clear planning in the beginning. But that is then again in a team where there are not so many people that actually know what Agile is. So we have to work actively on onboarding of participants into the Agile thinking. We have to communicate the logic and the value of it, and we have to use Agile to unlock creativity and and navigate complexity in this linear process. In order to build for stability through cooperation with all these highly intelligent, highly educated, highly motivated people, as 300 people are in the room, you can switch off the heater, have to open the window because it's just getting warm because they start thinking. So this is incredible. I've never had the pleasure of working with such a team. And we have to foster the shared understanding that the success requires the requirement for success is cooperation. And actually, for myself, I have to started reading about game theory, which helped me a lot of understanding the problems and why we're ending up in certain things. And that is a lot of principles you can learn from. And the thing, if you want to cooperate, is remember you have to invite your neighbors first if you want to make the party to last, because then they don't complain about the noise, they don't complain about all the waste, if they're part in having fun. So don't work the Highlander principle, but cooperate. That's the solution, and that's why we could walk over water. Thank you very much.
We have time only for one question now. Yes, please.
So then, many thanks for your very good presentation. I have just one question. 7 out of these 8 modules are very clear for me. Can you explain something about module 8, about the API for the LCI? What is...
The DPP system in total exists out of 3 major parts. This is the backup system, came in the last 5 minutes of ESPR into the game, the distributed databases and management systems operated by the economic operators and the registry. Between all of them, we need interfaces. And of course, these interfaces have to work across all the different product groups. And for that, we are defining the APIs. And this is mainly the part of module 8. Yeah, this has to be standardized. Yeah, how the management of the distributed data is running, this is under the responsibility of the different economic operators. But the interface to the registry has to be standardized. There's no way out.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, for any other questions, please, refer here, for autos. Thanks a lot. Great talk and very interesting and a lot of challenging, of course. Yeah, good. We are starting now our technical session, and Caroline will chair us together with Peter. Please, start session 1. Thanks a lot.
Hi, everybody. So with Peter, we're going to be chairing this session. I will ask the speakers to come here physically. That way you can control your own presentations. So let's begin right away. So there's one So we're starting with the Reconstruct project. Thank you.
Yep.
Here it is.
Thank you. Thank you, first of all, for the invite. I think this kind of gatherings to share information and share experiences through different European projects is great. My name is Jose Lucas. I'm the project coordinator for Reconstruct. Reconstruct is a Horizon project, which name is a territorial construction system for circular low-carbon built environment. You can see here the consortium that is formed by several academia partners, research partners, but also construction companies, manufacturers, and software IT developers, and 2 public institutions. So during this project, our main goal was to involve all the value chain of the construction works, from the waste sourcing. In this case, this project uses waste from different industries to create products, and those products get into the manufacturing, creating the digitalization of those. Basically is the BIM models, the objects, and the digital product passports of those, and then that information trickles down into the assessment of the demo sites and the construction itself. But we're going to focus just on the digital product passport of the project, and basically what the main goal of the project and the task was to create the database technology, the structure and the data formats that could be interconnected with different softwares that can calculate the LCA, LCC, or any other assessments needed for the project itself. And so the format itself is using open standards, interoperable formats, machine readable, trying to not reinvent the wheel and use as many standards as were already established, and making use of those for the purpose of the project itself. Here you can see a little bit regarding the digitalization of the project, where it starts and where it ends, from the manufacturing of the products, from precast components based on cement and recycled aggregates, sandwich panels, and in situ products. We generate the digital product passport for all of those that are traced through blockchain to make sure that we have the whole traceability of the information. And with that information, the main goal is to generate the building material passport and calculate all the indicators, well, the macro objectives 1, 2, and 6 of the levels framework. So with the main requirements for the digital product passport was in the project that it had the most amount of information needed for that purpose. So in that sense, we started to study different regulatory and standard alignment strategies that could get us there in our objectives. So obviously, we analyzed the ESPR, making sure that we had a product identifier, the sustainability indicators, the circularity, and so on. So those were requirements based, or the main requirements for the digital product passport. Then we got into the CPR itself, because most of the products are the construction products industry. But we also faced with some of innovative materials that weren't inside the harmonized zone. They are based on the EADs, ETAs, and so on. So we also had to go into the EADs to make sure that all the parameters for those products were also included in the digital product passport itself. And after that, to analyze which type of format could we use that could accommodate all that information, we got into the Smart CE marking with the CWA 17316 and the UNE in Spain that already establishes or has an influence format based on XML for the support of the digital CE marking. So with that information, we got into the technical standards regarding the data dictionaries, the properties, the templates, and the semantic structure for the product information. And because we needed the information for the LCA and we needed the information for the circularity assessment, we also got into the EPD to BIM integration. So we made sure that the digital product passport was compatible with the BIM models. So we could, through the BIM model, calculate the LCA, getting the information from initially from the DPP. And we used the ILCD plus EPD format that is well known in the EPD market to exchange that information into the XML. So we just were creating a structure that was adaptive, and if any other information needed to be added into the digital product passport, we could create another folder, another folder or section into the DPP that could align into the objectives of the grand scheme of the project itself. With that, we also got into the ISO 1040 regarding the product circularity data sheets that they establish some statements for different products or for the whole products regarding the recycled content, the end-of-life options, the disassembly instruction, the energy recovery potential. So we had a clear, at least standard, based on an ISO, of where could the circularity indicators go, and we established that also inside the DPP. And as I said before, we also got into the ILCD plus EPD format regarding the whole life cycle assessment indicators to make sure that we got that data from what it's already implemented in the market. So at the end, we end up with a structure that has a lot of sections, from the declaration of performance and conformity to the sustainability data that includes the product lifecycle data, the environmental impacts, the material composition, and the product circularity sheet. This is the status right now as the project is ongoing. If more information is needed for the final assessments of the whole project, we'll keep adding, and if any standards update or have more clear information, we can exchange and change the data very fast. So our goal with this is to arrive to the building with the disassembly manuals, with all the information that not only the waste manager at the end of life will need, but also the exploitation party, even if it's public owned or private owned, to have enough information to know what to do with their products. At the end, the goal of Reconstruct with the DPP is to embed that information into the digital building logbook and the material passport, the building material passport of the building. So basically, it's like a ladder going from the digital product passport to the building material passport to the digital building logbook to gather all the information needed from the ingredient to the building itself. And that is just to get to the major goal of the project itself, that is evaluating the whole demo sites, one in Brussels and one in Barcelona, that we are evaluating the whole buildings with the levels framework coming from the DPPs. So basically going from the DPP to the B model and then to the levels assessment. And yeah, basically this is one of the specific cases that we have in the project where we need to create a digital product passport for a cement product, an alkali activated cement product, that then gets into pavement blocks, prefabricated pavement blocks that then get in the digital twin, and that digital twin is used from different partners in the consortia to create the different assessments needed from that project. And yeah, just this is something that one of our colleagues in the consortia is also creating in November, so I truly encourage you to also assist to this. And yeah, that would be it. So if you...
We have just a minute for questions. Is there a question in the room for Jose? I have a question.
Sure.
Are you participating in JTC 24? Or one of the mirror groups?
We participate in the CTN in Spain, in the national body. We are also members of IOTA, and we are also a notified body in Spain. So we are kind of aware of all of it. We don't participate directly in the GTC, but are aware of different aspects of the legislation.
We are also part of the Reconstruct project, and we participate in JTC 24 as part of the capacity of the project that we are working on with DPP and traceability.
Actually the question from the audience asking actually, how do you see the alignment of the ISO 59040 with DPP?
As a statement for circularity of a product, I think it's fine, but I feel like it's missing specific data because it talks about thresholds of, for example, recycled content, when for circularity purposes or for evaluation purposes you need a value, or at least say 30% of recycled content instead of between 10 and 40%. So I think that as a statement is good, as an information that should be used to analyze circularity in projects, I think it needs a little bit more detailed information.
Peter?
What do you mean by percent? Weight percent, volume percent?
Yeah, it says it's percentage of waste or volumes, and it says from
Volume.
weight or volume, you can choose.
So you can choose, but you need to specify.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Your microphone is on. Go ahead. It's fine. Go
It's
ahead.
fine?
Yeah, it's red. It's red.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Caroline. So I will start with the presentation. So my name is Florin Coptil. I'm from Robert Bosch GmbH. This as an expert in digital identity and organization wallets, and also focus on the digital product passport. For those who may not know, the Robert Bosch, it's a multinational engineering company and technology company headquartered in Gellingen in Germany, with over 130 years of experience and operation in more than 60 countries, and already involved in a lot of research projects. And in this presentation, I will demonstrate how the digital product passport can support, supported by the verifiable credentials and the EU business wallets, can help to drive the sustainability products and also to strengthen the consumer trust. These insights are shared based on the involvement of the National Identity Project in Germany called ID Union. And the second one is the collaboration with the European Large-Scale Pilots European Wallet Consortium, which is focused on the digital identity for organization. From the research perspective, so we try to understand the complete full cycle of the product data from the resource extraction, like the mining, go to recycling and remanufacturing. And this exploration helps us to address the critical question, and also how the data is sharing, how the trust across the value chain is happening. And all these questions, and you can find it on the IDEONO website, which is printed down. I think Caroline will be shared afterwards the slides. But the main question is, if we want to implement a digital product pass system, what exactly we need? And there are two core components which are required. One, it's a standardized protocol, which need to ensure the interoperability in order to have a common standards, including the identification of the data exchange. We suppose that this will be provided by the chain and channel. But this is not enough. We still need to have a trust. And why? Because the raw data are not enough. Especially when we want to exchange information between the organization. In the organization context, we need to have a secure and reliable trust they are established. And this trust can be established in different forms. Can be, for example, provided by the governments or regulatory oversights, like audits, organizational accountability. But there are also available technical mechanisms in order to do that. For example, blockchain or other legal trust framework like eIDAS 2.0 with the supported additional regulation. Let's suppose that we find a standard protocol, we establish somewhere the trust. That means our digital product pass system must to be delivered the two main functionality. One is the interoperability on the product level, and the second one is the verifiability and the trust of the issue and the level data. And the main question is that really enough? can we go there and check in cross-domain trust? Do we support data control? Do we have a long-term usability there? And these aspects, we analyze it in the research projects, and we find there are 4 components or 4 additional requirements which this digital product passport must to be supported in order to have a future-ready system. The first one is the usage control and policy enforcement. So what is meaning by that? Can the data sharing be limited or enforced based on the legal or the business rules? Does the protocol, which we already have it in the step number 1, support usage policy, access control, or consent management? The second one is, we need a common governance and rule recognition. And why? Because the issuers or role or the compliance check need to be clear, defined, and recognized across sectors. And also we need a shared governance model which can work across industries and also across borders. The next one will be the long-term verifiability. That means the product's data remain valid and verifiable over the time. And the second one is the timestamp, and the future proofing is supported here. And the last one is the portability support. Can we transfer the digital product pass system across different devices, a different system, or does the organization or the economic operator control this data, knows with whom he must to share and also under which conditions? And we analyze these 4 questions, and I will go in detail in more of that. First of all, with the first block, which is the usage control and the policy. And in the normal context, we have the digital product passport. We need to check if the requesting, accessing of the protected data is who is requesting that, and to decide also how it's allowed to see this information or not. That means the main problem is here how the economic operator can verify the identity and access rights of an unknown requester. Let's suppose that it's a recycle, a remanufacturer, or a government authority. And in this case, there is no business relationship before. There's no prior business relationship before. And one solution for that, what we found it is, every time we can say we need to verify live the data by each access of the digital product pass product link. And this can be done by enabling the wallets. This is the EUDI wallets, so the wallets for the natural person, or the EU business wallets, so-called wallets for businesses, which are based on the eIDAS 2.0. These are the standards which are coming from the European Union, which comply credentials and protocols. And there are a lot of benefits for that. One is, I think Alexander already spoke before, how we can register these digital product pass links in the different ecosystem. I want to register in the portal, I want to register in the customs, I want to register in this digital product pass registry system. Then we can streamline that. And the second one is we can get in this form the digital product pass links from the suppliers for the parts of the material, and that can be directly integrated with the buyer's internal system, and much easier to be proposed to our side. And in order to understand that, let's consider that a manufacturer, which is an economic operator, which must to provide a digital product pass system. And what we have done it in the first step, we empowered this digital product pass system with a so-called Euro business wallet, which a trusted identity. That means this economic operator receive a trust identity, which is called a legal person identifier and a company certificate. And in this form, he can make exactly this registration of the digital product pass link in custom systems or in the portals or in any other system. And the big benefit for that, there are 3 points here. One is the ecosystem can know exactly what companies they are registering. It's a legitimated one, but also the economic operator can check from the other side, it's the ecosystem really authentic and trustworthy? Can I trust this one? The second topic is the ecosystem can also check, according to the company activity code, if this company is relevant for the regulation. He can check, okay, it's a battery producer, it's a construction company. And the last one is in case that changes happen on the company perspective, let's suppose that the name is changed or something is changed, then the ecosystem receives automatic notification and he can request these changes. This is very relevant, especially in insolvency case, where the digital product passport can be shifted from the ownership, from the economic operator to the digital product pass system service provider. And now imagine that we have different actors. We have the end user, we have the remanufacturer, we have the refurbisher, we have a public authority. And they want to try to get the digital product pass data. And they have two possibilities. They can scan directly the QR code, which is attached to the physical product, or they can go into the portals or the EU systems and get the links of the digital product passport and try to access the digital product pass system. And the organization in this case can use the identity component, which is the EU business wallet, to identify this requester live. And this is based, especially for the organization, we have a nice feature inside, which is called activity codes for the company certificates, which is based on the section, division, group, and class of the codes. The system can automatically identify if the requester is a genuine recycler or a remanufacturer and is not, for example, a trader for recycled material. And this concept is completely based on the EIDAS 2.0 standards and the company law directive. And these frameworks are already tested in so-called large-scale pilots. One of them is the European Wallet Consortium, but that's too fast, where we tested, for example, know your business partner use case, for example, identify the supplier or know your customer. And now if we want to go forward, and just not to integrate the identity in the digital product pass system, but in this case, we equip the digital product pass system with a wallet. At the beginning, this wallet, it's a software component which is completely empty. The organization itself, the manufacturer, can issue credentials, so-called electronic attestation attributes, himself in this system, and attest that the data belongs to him and are verified. Can be product data, raw material data, component data. And furthermore, any authorized organization later can also update this data. For example, the battery management system data, which are dynamic update data, can also update it in the same form. That means the data are verifiable. And if you are spinning now and we are going now in the future, if you have a smart product, then the product himself can also issue his data according to the field data. For example, a vehicle, in future, he can automatically issue a so-called verifiable credentials and store inside, and then present it to outside. What it means? That means what we have done it, we use the European wallet core component in order to store and present the product relation attestation data. That means we treat the digital product passport as a product wallet. And we use the EU business wallet functionality of the organization in order to sign and timestamp this information. And in this form, we have a digital product passport, which is secure, tamper-proof record of the complete product history. And the main benefits are the product is completely auditable. That means everybody can check on of the complete product history, the data. The product, it's remain operational, independent of the organization, ensure that the product stays valid and trustworthy over the time. Then you have a trust data exchange, means that using the electronic attestation attributes and qualified electronic attestation attributes, we have the possibility to continuously update this data by the organization or even by the small products, and then can be in one step forward, can be also used, for example, in the supply chain in order to don't disclosure this information of the business partner with the so-called zero knowledge proof technology. Also, it's a feature and a feature-ready and accessible solution. Why? I think in the presentation before we saw there the new regulation which is coming with the CBAM, where the EU declaration of the conformity should also be linked. That means we have also this possibility to have it inside. But we can also cover the complete product life cycle. For example, in this form, we can also include the first or the second loop or the third loop for the material recovery and reusable in the production. And the last one is the portability. That means the product data remain to the owner, and in the case of the insolvents, only the wallet will be shifted, the ownership, to the digital product service provider in this case. That means with this solution, we cover all three cases, all the three questions at the beginning. That means cross-domain trust, long-term verifiability and portability, but also additional features which we're thinking that are very interesting for the digital product pass system in the future. And in order to see it how it's working, we prepare some demo.
Peter wants to buy a scooter and seeks detailed information about its battery. Using his smartphone, he scans the QR code on the product. The QR code provides existing product information via the data carrier. How can Peter trust the information within the DPP? The DPP contains multiple verifiable attestations, providing a wide range of data, including product origin, sustainability metrics, circularity indicators, recycling statistics, and more. These data points and their issuers can be validated in a self-sovereign manner, ensuring that Peter can trust, for example, that the product performance data was really issued by manufacturer. This enables Peter to compare different scooters and make an informed decision.
So more videos, you can find it on the Idurno website.
Peter wants to buy a scooter and seeks
how we can go forward to the next one.
Detailed in.
Try clicking here.
Okay.
Can you end soon?
Yeah. That means what are the key features by implementing Digital Product Pass as a product wallet? We are data carrier agnostic. That means we can embed it any data carrier, can be QR code, RFID, or NFC. Product agnostic, that means can be work for the batch or lot or individuals. Automatic requester identification. With using this solution, we have a verifiable credentials and semantic models, which can be very easy and interoperable sharing possibility. By using of the cryptographically secure method, we have ensured the data integrity and the tamper proof of the product history, and integrated the EU Trust services. We can guarantee the secured and verifiable integration across the value chain. Thank you. In case that you need more, so the future work will work in the WeBuild. The next landscape pilots will start this year, where exactly this topic, so your business wallets will be analyzed more in detail. Thanks.
I think we have a bit of time to make up, so we'll go directly to the next presentation. Florent, don't go very far. I have tons of questions for you during the break. In particular, what you say about the DPP as a wallet. This strikes me as very interesting. So I think we should talk more on this topic just after. And we're going to have one last talk before we break for the first coffee break. Shaheen?
Okay, hello everyone. First of all, thanks to all the organizers for creating such a platform that we can get to know each other, and all the work that has been ongoing for the past couple of years regarding digital product passports. So today I will be presenting the BASE project on behalf of the BASE consortium. I'm the coordinator of the BASE project, and the BASE project basically stands for Battery Passport for Resilient Supply Chain and Implementation of Circular Economy. So as for a project information and overview of the project, basically the BASE project consists of 19 partners, which you can see on the right column on the screen. Fraunhofer basically is the coordinator. We have Fraunhofer institutions and then 18 other partners as basically the consortium. The project duration is going on for 3 years. We are in month 10, round about 10, 11 right now, and the consortium is consisting of 12 countries. And the main aspect of the base project is actually demonstration of 4 main use cases regarding digital battery passport for automotive, 2 times automotive basically, 1 maritime and 1 stationary use case. So that's more or less an overview of the base project. And then, as everyone has very nicely presented before, I think the ESPR is mandating to have the DPP for industrial and electrical vehicle batteries by February 2027, meaning that batteries will be the first product categories, if I'm not mistaken, to be basically starting to have the DPP in them. And we as base project are actually working and aiming towards having a complete, more or less reaching the milestone of having a DPP by that time. So as you may all have seen or heard before, the whole idea for digital battery passport, as is mandated by EU regulation, is to have basically an implication of the digital battery passport for the whole battery life cycle. And this doesn't only concerns, for example, the EV market, but basically starting from mining and refining to the production of precursors and cathode active materials, then to the battery pack and battery cells, and then having the first life cycle of the battery, for example, in an EV, then having the repurposing, going for reusing, and ultimately recycling and going back through the whole life cycle. That's basically the whole idea of the digital battery passport. And we aim to basically cover multiple aspects from this life cycle within the base project and specifically through the use case demonstrations. As you may all know, there has been a lot of challenges identified by the Commission and also through the calls regarding lack of traceability and sustainability within the supply chain, lack of resiliency, and also circularity, lack of circularity. And then based on these challenges, the objectives of the base project were defined basically to develop a trustable and interoperable DPP framework and platform, and then ensuring value chain track and traceability for the whole life cycle of the batteries. On top of that, there has been the idea on now the developments regarding employment of advanced analytical and also AI-based techniques to estimate battery performance and safety indicators. Again, this is another important aspect. Then inclusion of 4R methodology and aspects, and ESG, basically environmental, social, governance, and economic aspects regarding the circularity, and ultimately bringing a business use case and demonstrate and validate the DPP concept. So these are the objectives, and based on that, we are working towards the developments, and some part of the developments have already been progressing pretty fast. Basically, we have these impacts. If goals are achieved successfully, so to speak, we will have development and implementation of digital battery passport through DLT technologies, basically for trustworthiness, as it was previously mentioned in the last presentation, and then also to develop and benchmark even transparent calculation methods for battery indicators like a state of excess and remaining useful lifetime. And then the idea is to also encourage new business models in different parts of battery value chain. And also the improvements to the safety, and also going for the 4R strategies. So the whole idea is that through these objectives, we would have multiple impacts. These are the main ones that I'm just describing right now, and that basically goes over the whole objective and impacts of the project. We have a concept and architecture that they go hand in hand, but basically the whole idea is that the whole DPP or base that goes more than a digital battery passport platform starts with a physical layer of miner to refiners down to recyclers, and that is one of the main reasons that we have so many partners in the project. Basically, we try to bring as many players from the value chain into the project. So that's the first physical layer that we have. Then the service layer would be the next one. Basically, that's for the authentication services and also data space recovery and DLT-based data audit. So that's the service layer. And the next two ones are the analytical and AI modules that I was basically describing before. So we will be we have been working through multiple research institutions, including Fraunhofer, 3 Fraunhofer institutes, in regards to having benchmarking, having a benchmark for state of X, circularity, LCA, and also ESG indicators. So there will be developments and also benchmarks in those regards, and then they will be feeding to the data space and data store layer, which will be connected to the final layer, which is basically the user interface or application, which brings everything together in regards to user management, partner management, data registry, and semantic hubs. So, and on the right is basically another representation of the same thing in regards to the architecture and how these either of these tools and aspects that I just mentioned come together. So I just try to stay in time, so I will not go into much details. But then basically the whole idea of the project is not just to develop these tools and methodologies that I was just describing, but basically also to be able to demonstrate them and just also prepare the industrial partners for what is coming and how they can be basically implementing the digital battery passport, as it is happening as one of the first product categories. So we have 4 main use cases. The first one is the eBus EV platform from Mercedes-Benz. The next one is a frugal platform production from Ford Motors. The third one is a maritime electrical tugboat productions, and we also have a stationary use case. We are aiming, or at least thinking about, having an LMT use case also, if possible, but that's basically the 4 use cases to cover as many aspects as possible in regards to demonstration. And each of the demonstrations, basically, I will not go through all the details, but each of the demonstrations will be covering all the aspects, but there will be pilot focuses, for example, like regarding to the battery aging data sets to exploit ESGE scoreboards and toolkits, down to, for example, using the tugboat and also all the vast amount of data sets that is available for maritime, from the maritime industry, to benchmark the state of X battery indicators, and also having an economic impact calculator, and so on and so forth. So basically all the things that I described about objectives will be covered partially or wholesomely through the pilots and the demonstrations. So just as a work package structure and what we are doing in the project, so we have started with the work package 2 regarding solution requirements and defining the KPIs for the project. Then we have 3 technical work packages, one for the battery performance, durability, and safety indicators, the other one regarding circularity indicators, and the next one about ESGE, that is environmental, social, and governance. And then these 3 coming together in parallel to the developments for the battery passport and digital battery passport platform. They all come together. They will be going through one of the last work packages, that's the industrial application and validation. So we will have the demonstrations and hand in hand about business modeling and development, so everyone can exploit and basically be participating also commercially in all the developments. So I would end my presentation here. One last, more or less, request would be for you guys to join us through our social media platforms or all the newsletters, because as it was previously described, communication is the key here, and basically that's what we are requesting from all of you, to come join us, criticize it, guide us, and if need be, having a lot of discussions, because this is a very, let's just say, interesting and also complicated topic at the same time. And I thank you for your time.
Is there a question in the room before we...
Yeah, I have... Yes. Do you handle batteries as a complete battery module or as a battery cell in your project?
Amazing question. This has been something that I was discussing with Thomas in the morning. And to answer your question in an honest format that I have understood, is that the definition of battery pack and battery cells is different for each of the industry players. And one thing that really was one of my aims coming here is to be able to find people helping us defining these basic terminologies. As an example, which is a very valid point, as I was telling you within the presentation, we have a lot of data that is coming from the maritime use case. And they are not ultimately sure what is a battery pack and module considered in regard to what is the description in the legislations and in the initial ones. So coming back to all the discussions, this is a very valid question. I do not have an answer for it, and I'm seeking guidance in that regard. This is something, one of my goals here on behalf of the consortium, because as you were discussing, like the dictionary for everything, that is something that is going to cripple the whole implementation because people are really not sure what is the definition. Everybody is working towards it, that I'm sure of, but there are a lot of discussions which for this one, that's one of the...
We can discuss later during the breaks.
So all the battery people for the break, we're going to have coffee and go see Shahid. I see many battery people here, so... Okay, so we're going to break for 20 minutes, but just before we break, I just want to make an announcement. There is the Circular Tech Forum is until the end of June, is collecting suggestions for an award on the best DPP pilots to reward pilots that are really providing value for circularity, etc. So there's an open call for submission of to this award. It's easy to find. You look for Circular Tech Forum, you will find their website, and I think it's until the 26th of June or something for the application, so you still have 10 days. So I'm sure you're all working on fantastic DPP pilots and use cases, so please submit for this award, okay? So we break for 20 minutes, and see you for the next session. Thanks.
Do I test it like this? Sound check, sound check. Online as well, you think? We are starting in 1 minute. Okay, sound check. We are ready for the next presentation. Please take a seat, or if you need to continue your conversation, you could do it outside of this room. Then that will be very nice.
Okay, we're settling in.
Good. So I will present from the Circularity project, which finished officially last month. So we have had 4 years of experience to share around how to set up what we call decentralized IT ecosystems. I will go into this for circular lifecycle management. And the project has morphed into using DPPs. Because the original call text, there was no mention whatsoever of a digital product passport. This was a call from 2020. But it did talk about a circular economy-oriented product information management system for complex products from cradle to cradle, with the intention to involve life cycle actors across the whole product life cycle. So we're not focusing on the supply chain here, but we're focusing on what happens after a product is sold at every stage until it is recycled, but also the aspects of dismantleability, repairability, remanufacturing, refurbishment. How do we retrieve data, interact data, exchange data? And we worked on this for 4 years with 32 partners, and that also included, and this is important, consumer organizations. We often forget about the detailed aspects of how can consumers work with digital product information systems. But also PROs that manage reverse logistics or oversee it, recyclers, an independent repairer, and 5 manufacturers. And there were a lot of different use cases that start with the digital identity of the product. How do you integrate manufacturing data? What do you do at purchasing and use, collection, spare parts management and recovery, end of use back to manufacturing for refurbishment and recycling. I have some results. The first result, this is not an IT result, this is a result done on a consumer study with close to 6,000 respondents, with 4 consumer organizations in 4 countries, and we looked at what information would people want, but also the relevant result in the audience here is we asked people, would you upload information to an app about your device or appliance? It's focused on household appliances and boilers and heating systems and IT systems. And the positive result here is that over 50% of consumers will timestamp and add info in a DPP app if there is a benefit. Yeah? So we have yes, if some benefits is 15 to 30%, but if yes, yes in any case is in some cases quite high, but in most cases it's 25%. We looked at different aspects, repair information, collection information, take picture of the appliance, report habits of use, and in general, if you really want a buy-in of the majority of consumers, you need to provide some benefits. We also published, this is also a general horizontal result, this was actually published 3 weeks ago, a sort of pre-standard SEN workshop agreement. It is an instrument from Sensenelec that looks at guidelines to create a DPP, which is not intended as any recommendation or official standard. It's guidance for manufacturers in a new role called DPP designer. Some people might call it DPP manager. The idea of this is that a company will need to know how to design their DPP. Do I need QR codes or RFID tags? Do I need product model or item level? What do I do with digital labeling and integration of that in the DPP? What about cybersecurity aspects, etc., etc.? So this gives a guidance of what aspects should be considered with some hopefully helpful hints of to select different options. Freely available, usable for everyone. Hopefully a lot of consulting companies will take it and make it their own and start selling this to companies. But also in the pilots, this could be a helpful guide for companies in your pilots who need more clarity. Now I come to the heart of the presentation, and this links to the decentralized platform. So the IT side of what we developed, we were looking at 3 pilots and 3 separate ecosystems. Ecosystem meaning we wanted from the start not one platform, but we wanted instances of the same platform deployed across different geographies, and we also had 2 competitors in the project, BSH with their Bosch brand and Goerenia Hisense with Goerenia brand. And so the intention was already from the start, we don't want to combine them in the same IT ecosystem. We want to keep it separate. It makes things a lot easier to discuss in the project. And so we developed we could call it a prototype, which is also, this is also soon available for further testing, that looks at a layer around DPP. So it's not a DPP platform. It is a sort of registry for DPP service providers and orchestrator for roles and rules for different other lifecycle actors to work together, exchanging data on top of DPPs and external services, such as in the project we tested an LCA service. I have data in my DPP that can be used in a lifecycle inventory data set, and that can go into an LCA service. The LCA service can then send back to me through an API the carbon data, and that carbon data can then be integrated in the DPP. Or aspects such as I have in my DPP, I want a service that links to a reverse logistics database of a PRO of shipments of electronics. And how do you link those data services? So that is the general concept. And those type of platforms, so we've conceptualized this, so I think that's relevant from the project. Anyone who wants to develop such a platform, we need identity and content verification, organization, but also the DPP service integration. And at some point, we didn't look into this in the project in detail, but legal compliance as well, credentials, they can be added in there. And interoperable software services. So here are the modules that we developed to a prototype level. So registry of organizations, registry of third-party services, matching of services and roles. So I, as a manufacturer, decide that this service can be accessible by a repairer. And with certain rule setting, then I have a repairer account, and then I can access that specific service. So differentiated access at service level, DPP registry for DPP service providers with the standardized API, and also what we call metadata catalog, which is a library of information that is separate from the DPP, that is more of a data catalog with the idea that you're not going to store hundreds and hundreds of documents in your DPP. Unlikely. Yeah, maybe there will be some cases, but it's not intended as a library of information at that degree. So you may have separate catalogs that reference to other points where I can find different data. And a product search and services gateway. And the idea setup was decentralized. So self-contained instances can be deployed with Docker Compose using standardized JSON, JSON Web Tokens, and REST APIs. There's a QR code. You can go to the live pilot environment. It's on the slides that we used in the project. There's some sample integrations with DPPs, and you can see what a public portal could look like. If you want access to an account, we would need to give you credentials for that, but you can, from that QR code, see the live environment. I'm just going to very quickly go to 3 components to wrap up. So as an example, this is the DPP service provider's registration. You have your platform name, your organization name, your endpoint, and you link that in. We tested this with an internal DPP service. And then this is with standardized token systems that are set up with an API key and public-private authentication. We created this search portal. We figured out in the pilots that you need to have a sort of data overlay. So you won't have a decentralized access DPP. A lot of the manufacturers in the project, they wanted in this kind of portal to have an overlay with data on their brand. It's a bit like Apparel, and under that the DPP. So you have a page where you can link and you can find different services and interact that are linked specifically to the product model and the manufacturer. So it's the idea that you have a service marketplace. You, as a manufacturer, you want 3 out of the 500 services that are in this marketplace. They're not 500 in our project, of course, but that's the logic. And those become linked to your product model alongside your DPP that are under it, and you have your identity credentials here, and also depending on the role you have, you'll see different services. So it's, again, creating a flexible, dynamic ecosystem around this with the idea. And this is also a search, so if you populate this, you can search different product models, and you can link through to the DPPs under it. We have a standardized API that has product model ingestion, product model ID. There's a Swagger page. These are some relevant references. And a specific service gateway. This was the hardest part to implement, is how do you have a LCA service or other services. There was a spare parts recovery service, and how do you manage those services that are typically built with bespoke endpoints for that service, and can you create them, make them horizontally depending on certain use cases. Next efforts, because I think I need to wrap up, is so we will release this under an association that we also set up, Circular Intelligence Association in Belgium as part of the project, in an open source Dockerized release. I think that will be in the next few weeks, but as an endpoint also of the project, and then that could be used as a platform learning sandbox. I don't think the deployment is not directly usable, but it's a learning environment to inspire other initiatives. And we're working also as EcoWise on looking at redeveloping this as a digital trust register with verifiable credentials technology. And how can you set that up at more of a sector level or association level interface for members and third parties. And we're very welcoming of any parties who has an expression of interest to join into finding funding for further pilots in the market, not in EU projects, in the market. And that's the association. Thank you.
Any question for Rembrandt?
I have a question regarding the development you made so far.
Tak, tak, tak.
Yeah, are they available actually and accessible to the community?
We will release it on a GitHub, and then it's freely available to the community in a Dockerized code, open source, yes.
Not yet.
We are wrapping it up and cleaning up the code and making sure it's properly done, yeah. It's not so easy to do, and we've also been testing, deploying it with different software teams, which was also not easy. You think, okay, our software team can do it, and then you send the whole code to another software team in the project, and then you figure out they can't do it, so you need to go back to how do you make it easier to deploy.
Yes, I have another question. We have heard in the presentation by JTC that there are Highlander approaches which they try to fight against, and that they need to come up somehow with interoperable solutions which are valid and accessible to many platforms. So what is your platform? Is it a Highlander platform, or is this, so do we need to log in if we use your platform to your platform and cannot use anything else, or what is the status when it comes to interoperability? Thank you.
So started before JTC 24 was even operational in the architecture. So we would do it totally differently, much more aligned with the JTC. So we're doing this in the redevelopment to be aligned. That is the intention. So yeah, this is a very key question that you don't that you align as much as possible with existing standards, IT standards in JTC24, but also other ones. And so for sure, it's absolutely necessary and is a good message to give. And one of the things that I think we need is a sort of market test. Is your DPP, is your platform compliant with JTC24 IT standards? And I think there needs to be service providers, third-party service providers who go there and actually verify this.
Should it be absolute independent entity, or how you can organize?
I don't know. That's a longer discussion, but it's a good one.
Okay, thank you, Rembrandt. Arvin.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Marvin Böll from DKI, and happy to be here and to introduce to you the CEN-CENELEC SDPP project. SDPP project stands for Support of CEN-CENELEC Standardizations of Digital Product Passport. It's co-funded by EFTA as well as the European Union, and is, as I said, in support of standardization work of DPPs. It is funded by the European Innovation Council of SME Executive Agency, and yeah, it's a funding scheme that is proposing actions that are funded by the European Commission in, I think, by yearly, and they are in concern of, among others, to the direct award to European standardization organizations such as CEN and CENELEC to grant support for their activities. The calls can cover various topics such as ESPR, machine regulation, etc., etc., where own topics can also be made by applicants. The CEN-CENELEC SDPP project in particular is in support of the CEN-CENELEC standardization works that are somewhat in relation to the current works of JTC24. And the project is also in direct support to the JTC24 and alignment with other DPP projects. I think you should be now familiar with this timeline. So the ESPR started, the proposal was released in March 2022. And now we are in 2025, where we are directly in the midst of the standardization work of JTC24. But as you can see from the timeline, it will not stop there. So as it was stated by Martin and Thomas Knote in the previous presentation, ideally the JTC24 work will be finished in 2025. And but there the work will not stop, because it's not that the JTC will just close down. They will continuously work on this topic. Parallel to that one, there are a lot of other DPP standardization activities, such as from ISO, IECs, CEN, UNEC, IEEE, and so on. And even supposedly starting from 2026, there will be an ISO IEC JTC on DPP. The number will be disclosed when it's set up, but it is currently in talks. The CEN-CENELEC SDPP project is started in 2024 and will also end in 2025, aligning with the works of JTC24. It will go beyond, as you can see from the timeline, a little bit into 2026, just to ensure that all the TCs that are also currently standardizing their data points get sufficient support in order to understand what the DPP is, where they differentiate to the works of JTC24 and what their task will be when it comes to the standardization. As mentioned before, the JTC24 is primarily on the DPP system, looking into the data carrier, sovereignty, APIs, data exchange, and so on. While the SDPP covers somewhat both. I would like to reiterate, we are not standardizing anything. We are supporting the standardization efforts of JTC24, as well as of all other CENELEC technical committees, meaning the data points. I try to draw this as simple as possible. So you have the European standardization organigram, where is the CCMC, the CENELEC Management Center, which organizes the standardization work of CENELEC, and the joint CENELEC working groups, such as JTC24. Aside from, green marked is the CENELEC SDPP project, which is in direct support of JTC24, as mentioned before, as well as all other CENELEC TCs that are interested in the digital product passport. Aside from that, there is another CEN DPP project. This is not presented today, but this one is in direct support of the JTC24 work. So what do we try to do? So we have on the top right the work of CENELEC JTC24, which is directly answering to the standardization request from the ESPR. But we have a whole bunch of other TCs that also will have to answer at one point to the delegated acts, meaning the data points. And what this project is trying to do is to coordinate them as well as possible, to say them, hey, there is a DPP coming, this is your obligation, this is not. Yeah, also not the system, but the data. If you want to participate, please go to the eco-design forum, prepare for the delegated acts, this is what it means, etc., etc., etc. What we try to do is, we have in the center on the picture on the right, this is the CENELEC SDPP, and you can see us a little bit as an extended workbench of the JTC24. So we try to support JTC24 as much as possible, primarily with distributing information that is public, to distribute it among the other TCs so that they understand what JTC24 is doing. But also to try to coordinate the other TCs so they have a common understanding of the DPP, what the system is, what the data is, and what is coming to them. This, to a certain degree, this is to increase the acceptance of all the TCs, so that they will know, okay, it's not done in 2025. Now the actual work is coming to us. It is supposed to drive the international exchange. Also, as mentioned before, there will be a ISO IEC DPP committee that will also look into having an international DPP, so to speak. And ideally, what we try to prepare the experts on is that they will not do double work or, at worst case, double standards. As mentioned before, communication and dissemination, this is a direct support to JTC24 to inform the public and also but primarily the other CENELEC technical committees. And if possible, also support in the development of the standards, because some of the standards that are currently being worked on the JTC24 are already existing standards that are not finalized yet. So we try to coordinate the further development on that one, on these standards. For an example, JTC24, as a reminder, here are the 8 modules. You should know them by heart by now. What we try to do is we approach the different TCs and try to explain to them, for example, the access rights, nice and good, but your current work actually is most likely, we don't know yet, but most likely the interoperability of data, the data processing, data storage, or maybe APIs, for example. So this is not written in stone, so this is a a continued discussion to get the feedback from the TCs, what they understand, where they see themselves, and we try to provide as much support as possible. One example is, for example, the aspect of interoperability. So this is not the general understanding of interoperability. This is just my slide to show to this audience how the discussion could look like. For example, if you want to have semantic interoperability, as it is described in ISO IEC number 21823, then you have 5 pillars that you would need to fulfill in order to have some sort of semantic operability, for example, which are the transport of data, the syntactic of data, these are the data models, the semantics, these are the vocabularies and dictionaries, the behavior of the data, and the policies, also how to handle them. Yeah? This could be one aspect of interoperability. Disclaimer. Also, you should see now the April. I'm not promoting the April database. It's just because it's an open database. I don't run into copyright problems, hopefully. So here, what I tried to show here is the following. So the TCs, even if they have never heard of the Senelec TCs, even if they have never heard of the Digital Product Passport, they are familiar with data models, and at least with they have heard of the IEC CDD. Some of our TCs are even working on that, so they fill this data bank. And some of them also have to deal with the April. And what they can do to achieve interoperability is the following. Also, the IEC CDD is not a vocabulary. It's a repository for different vocabularies, so it's a dictionary. Yeah? And it is open for any kind of standards. It's not just IEC, despite the name, it's not just IEC standards, it's also ISO standards, and you can put definitions and the content of standards into this database. It doesn't have to be this database, but it can be this database. The important part of that one is that the structures behind that one are standardized. So on the example of April, to my knowledge, the April structures are not standardized. They have within April a standardized format, but they're not necessarily based on database standards. Yeah? Also, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but to my knowledge, it's not. And what this is doing, also in the aspect of interoperability, is to match these two data formats, so these information models, that in case you want to publish data into the Digital Product Passport and already have a data bank, for example, April, you can match and track what your data, in this case April, would look like in any other data bank. And this process, this structure is standardized. So, yeah, also here I reaching the end of my time, I think. So basically what I try to say with complicated words, so we try to update the TCs as much as possible to tell them, okay, this is mostly coming, this is most likely coming. You will not only have to look into data now, but also into data models, because it's much easier if you think about Excel sheets and JSON files right now before you have to do it manually at a later point. Yeah? And this is then also where we try to support them, simply because these are also standardization organizations which also follow a very tedious and complicated standardization process. And the sooner they learn that now even that one could be digitalized, the better, because that way they don't have to do it manually anymore. Shortly, I'm almost finished. So shortlisted TCs that are that showed interest very early in the project are the following. So these are the batteries, of course, power electronics, and highlighted further below, the household appliances, safety of the household appliances, environment, and of course the actual TC that is working on the system. Summarizing, and this is my last slide. So this project is in support of the JTC24 work. It is in support of all other TCs from Cenelec that will at one point need to provide their data points in a digital form, in a digital format. And it's also to align with other DPP activities, such as, for example, CirPass, CircThread, and so on. So I think I confused everybody sufficiently. I forgot one thing. so it's not just DKI, it's a consortium from DKI, AFNOR, and CHE, that is currently working in that. And if you're interested, you can reach out, write any of these 6 gentlemen. No ladies, only gentlemen. And yeah, I'm open to your question now.
Thank you.
Have a question?
2 questions.
2 questions? Shaheen?
I have a very fast one. Thank you a lot for your presentation. And it may be because of my lack of information, but how can we get in touch with you? And basically you were having a very broad approach and basically covering a lot of aspects, but how can we get in touch with you? How can we get this information, and how can we come under your umbrella, basically?
The next coffee break.
But I mean, is there a systematic approach how you want to reach all the DPP initiatives? Yeah. Then there was a list of all the things that you want to go through as the next steps. Are you going to identify these projects, or are the projects need to come to you? So what's basically the idea about your...
It's a two-way street, of course. Yeah. So you can contact me or my colleagues, so we can give you an overview of what projects are currently going on. As a reminder, the primary focus are the standardization projects, where we try, of course, to have an exchange also with the different consortia and other non-standardization initiatives. But the main focus are the standardization projects. And there we have a list, for example, from the shortlisted committees that you see there. And this is what we are tracking. Not just to reiterate, they are not working on the DPP as a whole. Yeah? They are just looking at the different data points that they might, or most likely might have to look into as soon as the delegated acts are out. Yeah? But we are trying to show them, not only to push them a little bit that they are coming, but also to say, hey, you also need to think about the data formats that are current that will come in the future. You need to look into how to structure your data, or else you will not be digital.
Another question?
Okay. So Raoul Carlson, this is good that you're focused on standardization. I'm chairman of the THESEUS Circular Economy, and we have one working group called Information Sharing, where we very respectfully do not overlap with anything with JTC 24. But the whole idea is there that we understand that we need a nomenclature. Of course, we start with the ESPR, the list, the ESPR on a high level, but we know that is not enough. The nomenclature there doesn't really mediate any information, but we really want to add that to the IEC CDD. But in addition to that, we give guidance on how can you work to ensure that the receiver actually not only receive data, but they actually receive guidance on how to act, because circular economy is very different to linear economy in that you cannot just buy and forget or sell and forget. So you really need to act upon your circularity information, and that is what we are looking at from there. So I'm just raising that now because, again, the contact here would be nice to establish, because we don't have a formal relationship between JTC 24 and the SEN standardization, but we would like to have something a little bit more connected, that we feel that we can actually give guidance into the technical standardization from the more application dependent standardization. Yeah, exactly. We will communicate. Yeah.
I think we will move on. I'm sure there are lots of other questions, but the coffee breaks are the most important part of this conference, and this is why Peter and I made sure to design the conference with as many coffee breaks as possible. So we move on, okay?
So I will still be here for the next 2 days, so don't worry.
There is a question actually from the audience if the slides will be shared.
Yep.
So for people online who didn't hear, the slides will be shared.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'm Johannes Simberg from Architect, the German Academy for Science and Engineering. I'm here to represent the DigiPass Ready project. And before I start, thank you to all of the organizers. It's really great. Look at this room, all those many brave and intelligent people around the DPP. Thank you so much. All right. DigiPass Ready. We're a pre-competitive project. We are supposed to support industry and SMEs by delivering a test system and guidance for a DigiPass port. I will talk about the 4 work packages in more detail later. We have a 2-year time frame. We just started 2 months ago, but we evolved from the DigiPass project, which some of you may know. And we'll build upon what has been done there. Of course, it's not Architect on our own doing that, but the consortium lead is actually Fraunhofer IPK, with Thomas here in the room, then GEFEC, who's doing the testing, and TU Berlin on the quality management. Very important for us as well, we have associated partners from Germany, mostly associations from automotive, for digital ecosystems, for machines, and for bikes. But we are also open for supporting partners, as we call it, similar to the previous project, where we are open to contribution of really everyone who's interested to participate in our project. So, the DigiPass project, just to, as a little reminder, what had we done there? We wrote a content guidance on the DigiPass for data, also wrote a standard, a specification on what's supposed in the DigiPass port based on the regulation, a technical guidance that moved along into the JTC 24, among others, and a demonstrator and a value assessment that you can find online on our website for the DigiPass project. I will not go into details here today. On that, we were happy to get a follow-up project funded by the Ministry for Economic Action and Energy in Germany. Because the question is now that we have some of the basics, how do we test the solution when data and technical system come together? And so, of course, we need to take a look at the data and technical system requirements to build a testing system, which will be optimized with the stakeholders and already based on public consultation by stakeholders. And from that emerges a guidance for policy and industry, as we wrote also in the DigiPass project. We already heard about the DigiPass port and DPPs enough that I won't go into details here today, but really important from my point of view, 20 months till the DigiPass port. It's basically summer break, Christmas break, summer break, Christmas break, and then the DigiPass port's there. So, jokes aside, it's really a short time until we get there, looking into an industrial solution. So there's a lot to be done, actually, and I will take a look at some of the data and some of the issues that are there and where we also want to help with the testing system. Of course, our point of view is that we want to drive digitalization, circular economy, and transparent and sustainable value chains, but I will not repeat what so many here already said today on the purpose of DPPs. This slide has been shown already, I think, like 3-4 times. So we will take a look briefly at the DPP data for batteries here. So very important when looking at data, for what kind of batteries are they actually required? So for battery passport, we have electric vehicles, light means of transport, and industrial batteries above 2 kilowatt hours. That's not all of that's the categories that have a battery passport, but you have to take a closer look actually. So industrial batteries consist, among others, stationary battery storage systems, batteries with external storage, redox flow, which is an entirely different animal, and other industrial batteries like non-road transport, we already heard marine applications and so on today, transport, forklifts, heavy machinery. So really a lot of different batteries, a lot of different applications. And then we already heard today as well about the access groups. The data will be available generally, only in part. Some of it will be available to notified bodies, Commission, market surveillance authorities, and then also to people, persons with legitimate interest, which is left to be defined yet in a delegated act by the Commission. So what do we want to say here? One size does not fit all, and when we take a look in a minute into the data that is in the battery passport, or supposed to be in the battery passport, I will take an example on what just doesn't work for all of those batteries in the same way, which is kind of easily to be understood, but in the detail it really comes down to make different standards for all of those applications, or whether it can actually apply to those battery categories. So we need application-specific definitions and measurements. So that's an overview on the battery passport data emerging still from the battery pass project. We clustered them based on battery regulation into 7 different groups, where we think the headlines can also be applied to other product categories, going from the identifiers and product information to labels and conformity. I will not go through all those details here, which are even select data. We think we have like 85 data points in the battery passport, which themselves will then be arrays or so of information. But I want to come back to my example of what does not work for all the batteries in the same way, and that is especially performance and durability. We have dynamic data points in the performance and durability data. For example, the state of charge or remaining capacity, and that goes across those categories that I showed before. So also lead batteries that are being used in transportation, like forklifts or so, would be supposed to do SOC or remaining capacity reporting. But that, of course, doesn't work in the same way as for a lithium battery that has a battery management system. So all of those have to be looked at differently. And also, as a second issue there, are they even in contact with the internet? Can they report the data up to date to the battery passport, so that this value of remaining capacity or SOC, which we can argue about whether it should actually be in the battery passport, but that aside, can actually be reported to the battery passport and be up to date. And that is a look. It was also an issue about the data that selected delegated acts for battery passport data, for example, carbon footprint for labeling or for access rights. I'm meaning to say here, beyond those instances, there's a lot of way to go until the requirements for the battery passport are actually clear, finally, and that features into those 20 months that are actually left. So we see also that some of the methodology for carbon footprint, for example, is delayed. So that's really compounding the challenges for the DPP ecosystem in terms of batteries, certainly. We have high complexity of the overall system. We will have a high load of data, automated collaboration between organizations. We have a tight time frame both on the JTC24 front, but also what I just showed on the delegated acts. And we have a dynamic ecosystem and moving targets, also something that I just showed, and definitions that are still missing about, for example, up-to-dateness. So what do we want to do with the battery pass ready test system? We want to help SMEs and companies to validate data completeness and plausibility. We want to help verify their system functions, consistency and interoperability. And also, I mentioned already, make the stakeholder perspectives count. That means taking into account the views of those different battery categories, stakeholders, about what works for their batteries in their applications. Thomas already said it earlier, I think in his talk. There are three main parts in the DPP system. That is on the bottom, on the right side, the DPP system of the economic operator. He needs a backup service, and there are central services of the EC. And we want to focus in our project on the APIs in between those. So data shuttling back and forth between those systems. Does that work? How does it work? Which data will be in these strings of data transfer? So we will emulate central services. We will not do anything about the specifics or define or how they work proper but we will emulate them just for our needs in the test system. So what are our key steps that are lying before us? As I said, we are only 3 months into the project. We are building user stories. We're continuously analyzing the DPP data for the battery passport. As I said, they're in the progress. And we will emulate the system components leading to test procedures, the interactions between those systems that we also need to define, and those together go into the test system that we want to provide for the SMEs, for the companies to verify their DPP system for batteries. So in the end, we want to have a test system that is able to handle data that is either generated or user provided, reproduce the interactions within the DPP system, execute, monitor and document the tests. And in the end, I also mentioned already the guidance for industry and policy to describe what we learn along the way, right? So give it to the industry and the policy what we think works or may not work. So in the end, and that is my personal view here now, yesterday I thought about what do I want to present as a summary. It's basically the lessons learned from 3+ years from the battery pass ready, from battery pass project and battery pass ready. So it's really crucial for any DPP to classify the products and their subcategories well, because this is crucial for data and their standardization. If you do that not right, this classification in the beginning, you go down along a long way of really dividing them up in a complicated process. The choice and the definition of data is also not always that simple, and the effort to make it available must be considered. Talking about the dynamic data, for example, that is in a battery passport. So up-to-dateness on a daily basis is something very different from something each 3 months or so. And that has to be considered in defining the data and choosing what data to make, for example, dynamic. We've seen the time plans on the delegated acts. Realistic time plans are really important. What we hear back from our stakeholders, they are in a field of insecurity a little bit, I would say, because so many things are left to be defined. And so for them to prepare, or the ecosystem to prepare, we really need those time plans. And the transparency and the alignment on the processes. The delegated acts, I think, in the battery passport, or for the battery regulation in general even, are sometimes running in parallel and are not always that transparent when and where to start, to be honest, even for us as kind of trying to be insiders. So there's also something that a lot of the companies don't have even on their radar, really, where those things are being defined at the moment or where they can contribute. So for us, the DPP is a key asset for the digitalization, for less administrative burden, and for the circular economy. But for the DPPs to succeed, I think it's my opinion that we don't need the all-including perfect solution, but it must be working well in the beginning, and then we can iterate. We want to contribute with our test system to that we have a working battery passport, and stakeholders will be able to check whether their system works or not. Thank you. Last few sentences you see on the slides, the QR codes, can find us on LinkedIn, can find the battery pass resources that I showed. If you want to dive deep, reach out to us. We will also have a webinar on July 14th, and then that's the end of the advertisement.
Thanks a lot, Jonas. Is there... there's a question? Shaheen.
I have two questions.
Tak.
I have two questions. First of all, thank you a lot for the nice initiative. My first question is like a doubt in my understanding about the overarching goal of the project, because you mentioned that every stakeholder will be coming with their battery passport to test, and then while you were finishing your sentences, you just said that we will have a battery passport platform that people can come and test their data. So I'm wondering whether you're going to have a digital battery passport platform that people will come and test, or the digital battery passport platforms from other stakeholders will be tested within your system. And my second question as a follow-up would be, would you be issuing like a certification or a compliance DPP in the end after the testing, or will you be providing guidelines in order to become compliant based on the tests that you do?
For money.
Yes, this is understandable. Everything wrong. The word goes.
Depends on how much you pay.
Okay, very good question, and it's important to be clear about that. So we're pre-competitive, so we will provide a testing system that anybody who wants to test their DPP on batteries can come to us and test it with us. We will even need the stakeholders to prepare the test system, right? Because otherwise it will not be available or fit the purpose of it. And very important, pre-competitive. We will not take any money in that. We're publicly funded. So very important that. What was the second question, if I remember right?
The second question was a follow-up on this. After the testing is done, are you planning to give like a certification on compliance or guidelines to become compliant afterwards? So what would be like, what will happen after the testing?
There will certainly documentation about the testing. I'm not sure we can go all the full way to being compliant because we're not a governmental institution. And also some of the data may not be finally defined. So that will be marked though, right? So those things that we can test into conformity, we will, but we will not be a notified body or something like that, right? So that is important to distinguish that we will not we will not be an imposter of a public body or so.
Question in the room from me. What are you only going to test DPPs from batteries, or why only batteries? Why can't you test DPPs from other, textile DPPs and all sorts of DPPs?
Well, we're funded for batteries. That's a bad that's a bad answer to a good question. All right. Yeah, Thomas can. Well, I will say one sentence and you can add on to that. Again. Who's cutting me off? We have separated data in the system, right? So we have a data catalog that we can test for, and the system is separate. So if we have a data catalog for textiles, for example, well, it's just you can exchange it for that, but it will not per se run in this project, right? So we will need to take or to talk about it, but maybe Thomas, as a project lead, can tell more.
Thank you so much, Johannes. Just to let you know, because the Battery Pass project was just a pilot project because of the demand of the batteries regarding the timeline. So we had seen in the old Battery Passport project this just as a pilot in order to understand how in total DPPs can work, of course, and this we brought into JTC, for instance. So, and as Johannes explained, the system function testing should be applicable for everything. Maybe you remember our meeting with Michele and Elias, when they asked me, hey Thomas, is this system architecture and this metastructure applicable for everything? And if not, forget it. Yeah, so that's for sure. But the issue of data completeness and plausibility, we will do in this project just for the batteries. Yeah, because the other product like textile, we are not made for that. We have not the capabilities for that. Yeah, and of course, this is not in the scope of the project. We have to limit our scope on the data perspective to the batteries. But of course, when we test the API conformity, then it's independent from the product. Yeah. And of course, this project, even it's funded by the German government, it's organized for having the support or for supporting European DPP.
Okay. One of the attendees actually is asking a question about this question. Is there a catalog of use cases that you want to enable with the DPP per subcategory of products?
So we're developing user stories for the test system. Yeah, I think it mixes up maybe two things. We will certainly take into account the different product groups in the batteries. So that will be the case, and we will develop a user story for those acting or interacting with the test system. So I'm not sure I'm getting the answer right, but or the question right, but they can reach out and feel free, of course.
Thanks.
Hello everyone. I'm Emrah from Arçelik, rebranded as Beko last year. So if you see somewhere Arçelik, now that it's Beko actually. Today I will talk about how we can reduce electronic waste in cordless vacuum cleaner by preventing incorrect repairs, and how we are enabling this through the use of digital product password or DPP. You know, our project is part of Surpass and Surpass 2, both funded under EU's the Digital Europe program. Surpass was a coordination and support action to prepare groundwork, and also Surpass 2 in innovation action that brings this concept into implementation. Surpass 2 focuses on deploying DPPs at scale across value chains. Our pilot is one of them. DPPs are being piloted in a variety of sectors, from textiles to construction. Pilot diversity is the key to ensuring that DPP system proposal is both cross-sectoral and future-proof. We are leading the pilot on cordless vacuum cleaner, which presents a critical case for electronic traceability and repairability, actually. Let's talk about Beko. Here's a brief of company. We operate in 57 countries with 45 production facilities and over 55,000 employees. Implementing circularity and traceability at this scale can have a significant impact, actually. As I mentioned, our pilot focuses on minimizing electronic waste by supporting accurate traceability, traceable repair through DPP. This project is the result of close collaboration between various departments, quality, R&D, IT, after-sales services, data, and AI teams. Cross-functional collaboration is key for this kind of innovation. Actually, this slide shows the process our work on. When a customer reports a fault, backend services accesses the DPP to perform fault analysis. Each repair or refurbishment action logged into DPP, creating a product service history. This way, decisions are informed, faster, and more accurate, reducing the chance of incorrect repairs. DTP don't just include repair data, they also carry static product information and compliance with the new eco-design regulations, durability, reusability, repairability, etc. When refurbishment product is resolved, the new customer can see its history, increasing transparency and data. How is it possible? We use QR code as data carriers, and then if you scan via your mobile phone or another device with camera and internet connection, the QR code will redirect to a landing page that will cause REST APIs directly comes from raw data and show public product information on the screen. And also there will be two sections for repair history and also refurbishment history. These are not just information of history, also guides and repair regulations or material information, etc. All we have from our suppliers or our system, we will publish to the screen to inform customer in high rate what can be needed in the future, because today we are talking about product specifications and which information we need for now, but tomorrow maybe with regulation more the detail will be required, so we will try to add specific information to the systems, for example master data management, ERP systems, etc. And then we will provide all the necessary information firstly on our system and then cloud and then landing page for customer actually. So what's our goals? We have defined clear targets for our pilots, reduce root cause detection from 2 weeks to 2 or 3 days. Unnecessary consumption will be reduced, actually approximately 40%. And also revised product profitability will be increased approximately 15%. Thank you for attending, and I can answer your question.
Okay. Any questions for Emrah?
Maybe from my side. It is a general approach which you implement for in CIRPAS 2 for any cases, yes? I mean, yeah, it is yeah, pilot, okay, yeah. It is the same for different applications, or it is really specific only for better, for your case, sorry, yeah?
Actually, general approach, but some a kind of why? Because this product is not in-house production, it's outsourced production. So if we were producing in our facilities, we know every serial number of products, spare parts, blah, blah. But this is outsourced product, but I have all information that manufacturer provides me. So I have specification, I have all information on my systems. But for example, battery specification, I order a company to manufacture these product properties. But what they provide me, I can show on the screen. But it is there is no system dynamically takes data from manufacturer to my system. There was the documents list they sent. We upload to a repair system specifically. So when I show the repair history of the product, I have to show all documents that manufacturer has shared with me. Okay.
Hi, thanks for the presentation, Miguel from NILU, an institute, the research institute in Norway. Wanted to ask you about the pilot because I understand for doing the whole of the pilot, Beko will be issuing a DPP that will be registered in a generalized registry, and then whenever an error is reported, you will access remotely the DPP that was originally issued by you guys, and then therefore you can do this scan for the error and find the fault in the product easier. So you would perform the whole the whole process of from issuing a DPP and then accessing it later and then updating it, and then at the end when the product has been repaired, that will already be registered.
All systems are in-house. All system has two steps verification with Okta, and all we after purchasing process, systems will automatically create DPP, and whenever a customer calls for service and the technician get assigned from supervisor to repair that product, of course update will be reflect to systems actually. And also same procedure for refurbishment process also. Oh, yeah.
And if I may ask, do you by when is this meant to be happening? And for specifically for the vacuum cleaners, what is the data structure of the DPP that you will be filling in?
Actually, almost we are ready for test drive. Next month we are going go live, but this is the first test drive because you know cybersecurity and legal teams are not easy to negotiate because in coffee break we were discussed with Rembrandt also. In which level you can go because GDPR is very hard rules, so maybe we can go until which service has repaired the product. For example, until you came to city but not go to area or authorized service name, address, blah blah. So we are still discussing and trying to go negotiation with teams, actually, business teams, legal teams. But let's come to your question again. This is outsourced product, and when we get know-how for vacuum cleaner, the next step is for durable white goods. Actually, we have very bunch of the data. For example, which serial number you have every part of product, and also which manufacturer, which date, production of part actually, and all information are on my system that they are available. But this is outsourced product, so I have limited actually. For example, I purchase finished good, but I'm not unable to reach every serial number of components for now. Because there is one bridge between me and manufacturer that gets real data on real time. Okay.
I think we're going to stop here. Pardon? Yes, we're behind the time, so we're going to break for the second coffee break of the afternoon and before the last session and the poster session, okay? 15-20 minutes?
15 minutes.
15 minutes. I put my timer. No, 201 is cancelled.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Don't worry, I will start with you.
And if you want, the presentations are on Overleaf. So if you connect to...
Just wanted to look it on the you can
whichever.
You cannot connect to Overleaf there.
Yes, you can.
You cannot.
Why not? I connected to my emails. Sorry, I'm coming.
Yes,
I'm coming.
I'm
I'm
patient.
coming.
Overleaf cannot work on this. It's security problems actually.
Really?
Yeah, it cannot work. This is why actually you have to upload them. It will not work.
Because I connected to my email.
Yeah,
Is
you
it
can. Your
HTTP?
email you can, but on Overleaf you cannot.
Ah.
You need an authorization actually to access.
All right. Okay. So you will manage some other to
No,
get them on the
actually
key.
I don't have a key.
So Peter has a key.
I'm just downloading it. Give me a second.
Okay,
Thank you.
Yes, I hope the presentation was okay for you because you requested, Thomas, please provide information for inquiry.
Yeah.
So, was this okay for you? First.
Perfect.
So,
Excuse me.
first, thank you.
Oh, no, sorry. Just wanted to ask. Since I sent it to the chair, the presentation, is it there, or I just wanted to make sure?
Today?
Yes, this afternoon still.
in
Now,
sessions?
in the next session, the last one.
Check with Peter.
Okay,
He
then
has a.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, this is okay. Yeah, first. Now I have an attack on me because I'm invited to be a member of the jury for a DPP award, under an award. So there is a Circular Tech conference.
Eliana's thing.
Yes, Eliana's thing. So the question is how to distribute the call for proposals for this award in a way that is compliant to everything. Because today I could not do this as a member of JTC24 because then I would, let me say, attack or violate my mandate. Yeah, because I'm was here as in the role of JTC24 Sentinels. Yeah. But on the other hand, here are all the nice researchers and developers for DPP solutions. And I would like to, let me say, show in this, or to have in this community distributed the call for
Where is how to connect to this?
Caroline knows where and what and how.
You did it?
I did it 45 minutes ago.
I was outside. So maybe this, sorry for that, because I was involved in the discussion, so I went back and so on. You did it already.
Yeah, but I can say it every day because it's not every Circus 2 and me. We did it on LinkedIn. We sent it out on LinkedIn last week. It's too bad that Lena created the post too late, so I couldn't repost. And then I did it 1 hour ago. We'll do it more because not everybody is here every day, so we may not be talking to the same audience exactly. And if I repeat it several times, maybe. So what you want is that the information
is at least distributed, but not for me because I could not do this in a compliant way. Yeah, because I was a member.
It depends what Eliana is. What are the award criteria? Because alignment to GTC 24 will not be part of the criteria. It's not possible.
Not
so what is she? What are the criteria for winning the award? Is value, environment?
So no. There are 4 criteria, and I made let me say a post already prepared for explaining what we are expecting. So, and if you could put this somewhere, so I can respond and say, here, these are a potential, let me say, criteria.
For example, I made a LinkedIn post on this.
Yes.
I reposted Eliana's post.
Okay.
So if you look at my profile and you look at my posts, one of my last ones is a repost of Eliana's. And if you reply with many things.
Okay, then I'm in the right track.
And you know what? Are you staying tomorrow?
No, I have meetings with the Commission. We have to solve so many issues.
I bet.
So you can imagine. so open, so much organized. So that's okay. Even the day after tomorrow, I have meetings.
So what I can say is, if people want to have more information on the evaluation criteria, they can look at the post I did on the topic, and then if you paste in your.
My question is, because in my LinkedIn account, of course, I have you and others here, but I have not the access to the entire community here. How I can distribute this? Is there any opportunity?
Well,
I can send to you or whatever.
What you do is you create a post under your name, and I repost or surpass 2 reposts.
Okay.
That way we go to everything.
So I'm Wojtek, I'm from DG Environment. Yes, nice to meet you too. So we'll be presenting together with Maria from
DRC
actually tomorrow morning. Yes, so just to let you know that we'll be presenting the 2 of us, because there's going to be a part on more on DPP data, which the GRC was working for, and Maria is here, so it's great. Just wanted to check with you. We need it's on a USB stick, I guess, to put it,
by
or
email to me.
Okay.
Or bring your stick.
Okay, but it's from this computer. It's
Yeah.
not, we don't plug in our own. Okay, perfect. So that's. No, so that was.
Wonderful. Thank you for coming this afternoon already.
Yeah, no, it's nice. It's actually quite impressive to see the amount of projects. Many of them were not even aware of working on the DPP. It's honestly, it's putting a bit of more pressure on us, like seeing how many people work on the topic outside of the commission. Comparing that to the amount of people that work on it within the commission, it's
Well, the thing is that many of these projects, they're innovation projects, digital, mostly around digital innovation. And so the DPP is infrastructure for innovation. So it's kind of like, it's something that you need to do something else. And all of these projects, developing AI and all sorts of innovative digital things, okay, or manufacturing facilities, and they need a DPP just to solve the problem of sharing data. But it's just like this basic infrastructure on which you can build something. This is why even DGRTD is funding 90% of these projects. Didn't know that there were so many DPP projects.
Yes.
But it's because it's natural for researchers to use it as a tool to do other things. It's totally natural. And they put the DPP in the project even if it wasn't in the code. Because you just need it to solve the problem of sharing data. That's it. So, yeah, the Chinese have it right. They see it in fundamental infrastructure for China. I'm looking
but not
deeply
the DPP
into
in
their
total,
DPP.
but they separated infrastructure and DPP as an application. And it's quite, they made it, from my perspective, in the best way to separate DPP as an application and the data infrastructure
It's a public
from each
service.
other. So this is a public service. Of course, they have some other short drawbacks in their architecture, for sure.
It's like the European Commission being the DPP service provider for all of Europe. So that's the Chinese approach.
Yeah. So, but anyhow, some of
that you can discuss with Alex. I'm not sure.
but But anyhow, even China is running now 4 to 5 activities. So they just run, have 4 horses, and they look who wins. This is what they are doing because for them, ESPR and all these things is a big attack on their economy. And so this is now the counterfight.
But it's good if they have their own system. This means that all the data that we will require will be already available to their companies. Won't be able to work.
Anyhow, sorry, I have to leave because I have another meeting as well. Thank you so much. Yeah.
And good, and thanks for your project. Because you know what, one of the things I feared is that we would have every project presenting their blockchain. And I thought, oh, no. But I fear this, really, you know, and when we first talked to Shaheen, that's what he had in mind, you know.
Yes, of course.
And so slowly we're getting him out of this, hopefully a little bit out of this.
Yes. But this is normal, yeah? So this means now the DPP is a big potential boost of technologies which are hidden or didn't went in the right direction, and now there's a new chance. So, and we will see.
I can check. Are they all here? The session 2? Okay, I'm going to go elsewhere. I'll let you. Let's see. See you later. I'll leave the place for you so that you can.
I should sit here or somewhere else?
No, for Salim and Natalia. So you can manage the talks.
Yeah, I should have changed the name, you know? Yeah.
Take this place here.
I will do.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but you see, that's okay.
Everybody is
It's okay, come on. You know?
Yeah, I think so. He might have to that one. Yes, you're right. Now we move to yes, but that is only
So, hello. Oh. Now, can you hear me? Yes, we will continue now and we will start session 2. Please close the door and the conference. Yeah, Salim organizing the audience now. Yeah, he's there. Yeah, he's inviting people to take the place. Yes, Caroline told that she will have your phone to look on the timing of the break, and now it is. Better? No, I mean, we're starting now.
Harmonization of molecular modeling products of the regional SSbD sind schon 9 Seiten, ne? Abstract haben jetzt nur mal so ein paar.
So, welcome back for everybody. We are starting session 2, DPP barriers, challenges and opportunities. And first talk will be now presented by Maria Bashir. Yeah, Maria, floor is yours. Please start your presentation. Oh, please activate your mic. One time.
Yes.
Good.
Okay, it's working, I guess, now. Yes. Okay, hello, everyone. I'm Maria Bashir, and I'm presenting on behalf of BATCAT project from NMBU, Norway. If you're not aware of BATCAT, then it's Battery Cell Assembly Twin, Digital Twin for Battery Manufacturing. And today, I will be talking about development of digital product passport for 2 use cases in BATCAT. And I will mainly be focusing on the technical feasibility and regulatory alignment. Slides are a bit not. Okay, just as a general introduction, we all know that DPPs are structured digital record for products that record all the information throughout their life cycle, and this is central to European strategy for circular economy to manage and track DPPs, the product's life cycle information. And as we all know already, and we know it by heart that it's been mandated by 2027 for certain kind of batteries to have passports. That's why we are building these 2 passports for VRFPs, battery and its critical element, carbon filter electrode. So let's briefly discuss about our use cases, vanadium redox flow battery, the first use case, and the second use case is carbon filter electrodes. VRFPs are ideal for large-scale energy storage, but their design, they are very scalable and long-lasting, sometimes over 20 years and having 10,000 charge cycle. So that's why it's really critical for vanadium redox flow batteries to have a passport. And the other counterpart is carbon filter electrode. This is a very critical element of your FPs, and the performance of the vanadium batteries, redox flow batteries, is greatly dependent on these carbon filter electrodes. So that's why it will support traceability and future regulation compliance in terms of DPPs. So we often talk about tracking, but the accurate tracking of from production all the way to the recycling is very important, but challenging. And when I say challenging, it means there are certain strict European regulations, such as GDPR, which we have to meet. And I will discuss it later in my project, that we face this challenge for one of our prototype that we built. And especially the European residency, data residency requirements means that data needs to be remain the European boundaries. And in order to follow the international standards, identification standards, we will be implementing, mainly we are focusing on GS1 digital link and IEC 61406 to have the globally recognized interoperable digital IDs for our two products. Okay, this is where we can have a look at our first prototype, in which we used a technology stack of Flutter and Firebase. I'm not sure that if you're already aware of it, but we chose this as a prototype 1 because we believed that the DPP applications need not to be only the web applications, but also the mobile applications to facilitate the ease of use, and so that the more stakeholders can have access to it. So for that reason, we chose Flutter. It's a Google platform. You can say that open source UI toolkit developed by Google. That the main competitive edge of Flutter is that it is a cross-platform, multi-platform that can be used to create apps for different platforms with one single base code. And that's a big competitive edge when you are developing DPPs or such kind of applications in circular economy. And it uses Dart programming language. We developed this prototype with this language. It's very easy to learn and very efficient language. And when you combine this Flutter with Firebase, it means that we are having a complete backend ready-made solution with built-in authentication, with database, built-in database, and the real-time update. And that means that the consumers will have the seamless cross-platform, we can say the cross-platform access to the DPP information. So this Firebase, when we talk about Firebase, it's the application development platform provided by the Google. It has several integrated services, including database services and authentication, cloud storage services, Firebase analytics. But having all these services, or having this Firebase platform is important, and it aids in rapid development. But there were certain limitations and challenges that we faced when we have this prototype, such as it cannot be hosted locally on premises. It cannot support the federated infrastructure, so that compromised the European GDPR compliance, in which data needs to be within the European boundaries, and certain services like authentication is hosted in United States. So that's why, and when we talk about different industrial use cases, then we cannot compromise these kind of limitations and challenges. But just to have a look at it, you can see that it's a very initial prototype of this Flutter plus Firebase technology stack that we have built. You can see there is a dashboard where manufacturer or the stakeholder they can upload the digital battery information either through JSON format or XML format, and there is a form to fill, and after populating this form, the list of battery will be, it will be listed like this with the unique ID and the manufacturer name. And this is the web-based prototype, the user interface, and this is just a form that we have tried to follow the European regulation Annex 13. We are trying to make it more comprehensive in terms of vanadium redox flow batteries, but for batteries there is maximum information given by the European regulations. But for carbon felt electrode, we are still in a process to gather the meaningful information that should be included in that passport. So our main focus is on VRFBs for now and the technical feasibility, and then later on we will keep building on these battery DPP form to include the comprehensive information, so that it should not just be a display of information, but the meaningful information on which the stakeholder can make some informative decision to support the circular economy. And then for the information, when we will use this prototype, the information will be shown in a different way to different users. Different users will have different access to different kind of information. This is a very basic information that we tried to show when you scan the this QR code. When we were talking about the limitations and the challenges that we faced in deploying this prototype, and recently we have explored another alternative to this Firebase system, that is Superbase. It's built by PostgreSQL developers. It's in very initial stages, but it has almost all the features that this Firebase system has, but it can be deployed on premises, on cloud, so it can be self-hosted, so it can pass through these limitations that we were facing in the Firebase plus Flutter project. But we haven't tried it or deployed it yet. We are still exploring it. But this can be a good option. But when we talk about industrial use cases, it is still not very growing technology yet. It's in very initial stages. So there can be pros and cons of using this technology. So that's why, to deal with the challenges with Firebase, we have make a complete transition to a complete different technology stack, which is Django plus PostgreSQL. Django is Python web framework, a very high level Python web framework, and PostgreSQL is, as you know, that it's open source relational database management system. And we believe that they will be a robust and customizable option to, for these two DPPs to be deployed. And seemingly it aligns with European priorities, and it will cover all the GDPR issues or the risk that we were facing in previous prototype. And we have already started working on this prototype 2, but it's in ongoing process. We still have to work a lot on this. We have just initiated it, and you can see that there is a page admin for this. We have set up a local database system here, and we are trying to have this DPP dashboard as we had for the first prototype, and we are building it by researching all the technological limitations and challenges that we might face with regard to European regulations. And we are taking care from both ends, the information side and the technology side, what information to include and how far we should go for it, and how meaningful the information should be, and the technology side, what to build and how to scale it and how scalable it is. Thanks a lot.
Any question to Maria from the ground?
Yes, yeah.
Probably less a question than more like a comment. I mean, I'm on the BATCAT project as well. So BATCAT is for a digital twin for manufacturing processes, for battery production processes. And of course, production processes will generate data which should enter into the digital product passport as well for batteries, when it comes, for example, to carbon footprint, things like that, global warming potential. So this is a way where we want to really couple digital twins from the manufacturing sector to digital product passports. Obviously in an infancy state at this point, but yeah, that's the idea. Thank you.
Thank you. I love the rapid prototyping approach, which is really inspirational. On the aspect of GDPR, I have a kind of reverse question, because in my mind it is solvable if you don't need any personal data, which is at least what we did in the Circularity project, is okay, let's just make every consumer anonymous and so on. My reverse question is, what are the use cases where you do need personal data and you can't go without it? I think this is relevant to start thinking for others on structuring, okay, how do we solve this problem? And when is it needed and when is it not needed? And do you have a compilation of situations where you need the personal data of an operator because they have not done their job properly, or they have done their job properly and you need to trace these kind of things? I'm making up some kind of simple example as in ignorance, but...
Okay, that's great. Okay, if I have understood your question correctly, then as far as my understanding is, every data that needs to go to our digital product passport is sensitive data most of the time, because companies might have an issue of going towards a Google Cloud, like how to host our data on the Google Cloud, even though we will ensure them that it would be, we will provide all the infrastructure to keep it safe and we will promise it, but still we believe that companies won't be able to believe on this statement. So that's why we thought that this is not the right prototype to have, and we should make a transition towards another technology stack, or should include, or at least should replace the backend of Firebase with another alternative such as Supabase. We are still exploring it, but I'm not sure if I have understood the question. Like, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much for very good. Yeah. Okay, last question, please. Yes.
It's not a question, it's only a remark regarding your question. You said that it's only related to personal data. It's not. It's personal and product data. And there is coming exactly this EU Data Act, and this product data are containing very sensible information. And sometimes, based on this data, you can reconstruct with reverse engineering the product. And that's why it needs to be protected.
And the DPP can also record who managed the data, who created the data, and who actually accessed the data, which is personal somehow.
Thanks a lot. All discussion, please, in the next break. And Maria is here all 3 days. Yeah, please. Thank you, Maria. Thank you. Thank you. Systemic research and innovation company. Yeah. Wonderful. Yeah. Please activate your mic. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks a lot. So, well, it has already been said several times today, but not from me. So thanks again to all the organizers here. A huge effort, and I think, especially in the coffee breaks, okay, things start to evolve. Okay. So, well, yes, my name is Werner Romm from Syrian Systemic Research and Innovation in Graz, Austria. I'm representing today the E-Wave project. So it's a project about electrification of ships. And, well, the main focus of this project is not about circularity, about sustainability, about battery product paths, okay? But it's actually developing a yeah, a battery system, high voltage battery system for ships going up to 1.5 kilovolts. So that's more than twice what's typical in the automotive area. Big systems, several megawatt hours, for example, compared to the automotive sector, which you typically have maybe some tens or some hundreds of kilowatt hours there. And also the related grids. So we are focusing on DC, so more than 1 kilovolt DC, but we are also connecting to other grids, bipolar DC grids, for example, AC grids. We are also playing around, of course, with the shore grids. Okay, so this is the main focus. And the battery passport, well, it's not a byproduct, but it's an important topic, but yeah, it's a minor topic. Okay, to be clear about this. But I mean, there was also this discussion with Caroline saying, okay, this should gather all the European activities and products dealing somehow with a battery passport. Okay, and well, when looking at the waterborne transport sector, the maritime sector, battery passport so far has received quite little attention. So I'm not a shipping guy, okay? But anyway, when talking to people from different associations up to the Global Battery Alliance, there is little awareness, okay, that also the shipping sector, the electric shipping sector, is heavily affected by these battery regulation and also by the digital product passport. But so far, while there are little activities, I think the situation is pretty the same for the railway industry. So I think this is an important topic also for politics to raise awareness in these industries, because those are important industries in Europe anyway, okay? And February 2022 is closer as we can imagine, I think, okay? So, and also regarding the second life use, repurposing of batteries, well, especially in the maritime sector, there's a little bit research, but that's it, nothing more, okay? And for this also a maritime battery passport could be the enabler. Otherwise, I have serious doubts that this kind of business ever will work if we don't have such kind of battery passport for this, okay? In my presentation, I'm not going to focus on general aspects of a battery passport. You heard a lot about this, but more about shipping sector-specific activities, project-specific activities. We started just 4 months ago, so, well, I'm not going to present any big results here, but a lot of questions and aspects where we think we can contribute to such kind of battery passport, maritime battery passport. So, well, first let me show you some pictures and figures about the project. So we have 2 main demonstrators in our project. One is a real-life demonstration vessel from DLR, so the German Aerospace Center, well, aerospace, but they are also deeply involved in waterborne transport and shipping, okay? And on the other hand, we will have a digital twin assessment of different types of ships. You can see 4 of them here, so it's a roll-on, roll-off of ferry, inland shipping, offshore supply vessels, or also for harbor tugs. So, but this will be done then purely in the virtual world, so it's only software-based. When looking at the key figures of our projects, well, 18 partners, several of those partners have contributed to prepare this presentation. Just to select some of them, Damen, for example, is a shipbuilding company in the Netherlands, which is partner. DNV is one of the world's biggest classification associations, in particular in the area of vessels, ships. We also have then well-known, renowned research organizations like Fraunhofer, for example, or DLR, as already mentioned. And we also have a battery manufacturer from Turkey outside the EU. So even if it has been said today from the DG representative, okay, everybody has to obey this at least, it would be interesting, okay, to negotiate with people from outside the EU, because there are certain issues to be considered, and I will show you some of these issues later on in my presentation. Okay, so, well, project ambition. Already mentioned some of those aspects. So having a highly modular, high energy density battery system, going to high voltages, also connecting to not only DC grids but other types of grids, having some sort of reliable operational lifetime and safety methods to assess this. And, well, I think I do not see my full slide because, okay, anyway. Well, and then the last line, well, that's what's really directly referring to a battery passport, so sustainability and circularity, and we will also look into the second life, the repurposing of maritime batteries in our project. So since I mentioned in the beginning that battery passport is only, well, a minor aspect of our project, we won't have in the end a fully fledged, and we won't cover the full scope of a maritime battery passport, but we are trying to contribute to this, and of course we would like to align with other projects. We already had a discussion with the base project, so I think this would be already an interesting connection here from this day. So, well, you have seen also a presentation on the German battery pass project. I mean, and a lot of work has been done there. Of course, it's the automotive sector, but we are not going to reinvent the wheel, but take what we think is applicable and usable also for the shipping sector. So this would be the starting point. So currently we are analyzing all these documents which are available from, maybe there are other initiatives. So please, in the end, raise your hand saying, Werner, we have very interesting documents which may help you, for example, okay? And then, of course, we also have to, sorry. Yeah, right, it is, because, I mean, a lot of questions, a lot of insecurity, and so, yeah. Well, and of course we have to identify relevant differences between the shipping and the automotive sector, which may have an influence on a maritime battery passport. What I already have mentioned, well, the systems are typically bigger, higher voltages, more energy, but of course we also have different environmental conditions. So salt, for example, water, liquid water. On the other hand, the load profiles typically, if you are not looking at a race boat, for example, are much more modest compared to road vehicles or off-road vehicles. We have, of course, a different value creation ecosystem, and what is important, in the regulation, such kind of batteries are classified not as EV batteries, but they are industrial batteries. We, of course, then would like to identify gaps also, things which are missing maybe from the automotive side, which we have to fill. But our goal is also not only to fulfill regulatory requirements, which can be expected because everybody has to fulfill them, but really to identify additional data to optimize in the end circularity, sustainability, and get business running out of this. This is one of the main goals, sorry. And in the end, we would like to define the ship sector specific content and at least to contribute to a concept of a maritime battery passport. Okay, no, done. Okay. So as I said in the beginning, we have some innovations which we think will contribute to a maritime battery passport, and which will support a maritime battery passport. First is from DLR, the German Aerospace Center, a maritime real-time conditioning monitoring system, which helps, of course, to improve the battery system, so operational strategies, increasing residual useful lifetime, and also the functional safety. In this slide, well, I guess it's hard to read here, especially from the back. But anyway, this real-time condition monitoring system is some sort of integration of developed algorithms, so SOX algorithms, state of charge, state of health, and also state of safety, what we would like to integrate and which is pretty new, especially to the maritime sector. Sensor data from the battery management system, and also use a digital twin of the battery system, and all of this should be integrated then into a real-time capable hardware. Of course, we have data exchange between the battery system and this condition monitoring system, but also we have exchange of data, well, basically maybe to the cloud, so static data, which we would like to use to initialize certain modules, and on the other hand, we have aggregated dynamic data from this condition monitoring system. And one of the topics since this session is called barriers, challenges, and opportunities is, of course, the continuous connectivity to the cloud, okay? So it's about updating things, okay, latency times, so, and one really has to think about, okay, how to store and distribute data between the ship system and the cloud, okay? This will be part of this project, part of the research activities in this project. In the end, we would like to come up with a definition of an acceptable latency time for dynamic data updates. And since a lot of data are not raw data, but they are derived somehow using some models or something like this, okay, then also one has to agree on verification and validation methods to improve trust. Trust already had been a big issue in today's conference. Opportunities, benefits, yeah, well, you will have an improved onboard safety response. So if something happens, if something is safety critical, okay, you can take immediate action on this. You will have, you can increase the lifetime, you can improve the lifetime estimation, and of course for second life usage, it's also important to know the history of the first life of your battery, okay? Second innovation, it's about novel materials and looking into second life use, repurposing of batteries. A specific focus here in our project is about sustainable bio-based formulations for flame retardant materials for battery housings, but and also the recycling of such kind of materials. But in our documents, which will be publicly available, we will cover a broader scope. So we will provide a guideline for material selection for a battery passport in maritime areas. We will look into the repurposing of maritime batteries, so identify the most promising applications, business model patterns, and also look which data are really required beyond regulatory requirements to get such business models running. We will have a guideline for life cycle assessment in the maritime area, and all of this then can contribute to a maritime battery passport. There's, again, a lot of issues. When looking at the barriers, there's a lack of standardized data on bio-based contents, for example. So how to trace this? You have conflicting priorities between safety and circularity. So being flame retardant versus, okay, well, is this really recyclable then, or is it not? Okay. There are regulatory gaps on an international level. If you're looking at standards regarding sustainability, well, there is a lot of inconsistencies, what is regarded as sustainable, for example. and well, there are hardly any viable business models. And one important point also when looking at the challenges is there's a lack of awareness regarding circular design features, both from the consumer side but also from the industry side, okay? Of course, if such kind of battery passport is established, this could provide quite an economic boost. Last innovation is blockchain. Well, on the left side here, you have the ecosystem. On the right side, okay, what should be contained in such kind of battery passport. Here, to establish blockchain, really the main barrier, especially in the maritime industry, is the value chain complexity and also to align stakeholders. Because automotive sector is much more advanced, maritime industry is not that advanced in this respect, and this is not only a barrier but also a challenge. But of course, you have a lot of opportunities. Get second life use of maritime batteries running. You would have a shared data backbone across the whole maritime value chain, and it would be a foundation for new business models. For example, also for the first life for leasing batteries in the maritime sector, which is hardly done. I would like to bring in a perspective of two stakeholders. Again, one, as I already mentioned, is a battery manufacturer from outside the EU, so it's Zero from Turkey. As I said, well, everybody has to obey these regulations. Yeah, okay, but also they are struggling with a lack of clarity in the implementation of the guidelines. And still, I think there is a need for cross-border compliance alignment. So there are local regulations outside the EU, in Turkey, in China, which are different compared to what Europe is thinking about. And also, well, industry is expecting some sort of localization of data, okay? Even if it's mandatory to have everything in a EU platform or something like this, okay? Well, so this may get hard, and maybe there is more negotiation required for this. On the other hand, also partners from outside the EU, and then, yes, outside the EU, they see these clearly opportunities and benefits, okay? Because they have then EU market access, they have advantages compared to their competitors because they can provide some sort of sustainability differentiation, and they are prepared for future global regulations because not only in the EU such kind of activities are going on, but also in the US and other regions of the world, okay? Well, from the shipbuilder, a lot of questions also, so I just skipped this, but finally, okay, well, an invitation to all conference participants on-site and online from the shipping industry, but also from other industries. If you're interested in an exchange with us, if you say we have interesting solutions, we have interesting approaches, so please get in contact with us. And here you have the contact data. Thank you very much.
Any question to our colleague?
I have one. Many thanks, Werner, for your talk. I think this was the last one dealing with DPP for batteries. So I was waiting for my question until you. So you also showed that, for example, this battery management system will be connected to the cloud. What is the implication to the passport? Because if you are changing the battery management system, yeah, maybe you change the performance, maybe you change the efficiency of the battery. So do you have then a new DPP with new data, or do you think you will stay with your initial DPP?
Well, good question, hard to answer. Well, we have to find out. We still do not know yet, okay, about latency times and what is really required and what will be mandatory. We do not know all these kind of things, okay? So maybe it requires a new solution, maybe it does not. I cannot tell you now.
It is work in progress. The project only started, yeah. It is. You have a lot of questions and challenges. You will solve it.
So thanks a lot for the nice presentation, and I believe you're absolutely right. There is a lot of possibilities, or there are a lot of possibilities for synergies here. One thing that really sparked my interest was regarding the implementation of RTCMS from DLR. So is this already developed and is going to be basically implemented in your project, or are the developments going to happen within the duration of the project? And the second question is, like, what kind of TRL are they aiming for? Is it going to be like plug and play and ready to be used? Because this has great implications, because one of the main challenges for even coming up with state of excess or remaining useful lifetime would be like having this syncing of the data to all the models. And what you just presented could have a lot of implications on how the models would be working and how efficient they are. So these are more or less my thoughts on the first innovation that you mentioned.
Okay, thank you. First question, such kind of system is going to be developed in the project. And well, since it's a research and innovation action, typically we are aiming at TRL 5, okay? Well, sorry, second question was?
Second question was, actually was the TRL, and is it already developed or going to be developed?
Hello everyone, my name is Mihai, I'm with Energy Web, and I have a question. Have you thought about collaborating with the Zero Carbon Shipping Center in Denmark? Pretty much at the forefront of it.
Oh, so far we have not considered, but maybe we can talk afterwards. Thank you.
I have a question regarding actually to the DPP for ship industry. Knowing main ship industry is in the East Asia, not in Europe. Why actually developing something in Europe in industry actually, which is mainly the East?
Yes, good point. Still, European shipping industry is, I think, quite important. But making connections to the East might help in this respect. You're right.
Thank you, and good afternoon, almost good evening from my side. So we'll change a little bit the topic, because the next one will be on textiles, and we'll present SSUTAC. And it means that we look at piles like this. I think you're all aware of the amount of textiles there are, and people try to come up with different ways on how to make the best of it. One thing is, like you could see, let's say more to do some kind of patchwork or to try to use textiles. Others are even much more creative, as you can see. But I think you understand such things are valuable because they raise the awareness. But what we actually need is, of course, some solutions that are of scale that can deal on a larger scale with the textiles. And that's actually what we want to do with SSUTAC, because basically what we say is that we want to address the issue of the circularity, sustainability of the textile sectors in a more holistic way, trying to look at the manufacturers here in Europe, see what's possible, let's say, to influence some of the behavior, some of the approaches, and also definitely looking at the consumer aspect. If you then look a bit more in SSUTAC, what we are doing, because the project runs now a good 2 years, is that on the one side, for the scope when it comes to the materials, we focus on the two most used ones, so that's polyester and cotton, because together they represent almost 90% of the textile materials used. And then, to be relevant, we also look at 3 different product categories. So on the one side, more, let's say, fashion items, so the daily clothing, then also workwear and personal protective equipment, and also what we call active goods, and that can be things like a tent, a backpack, and so on. So also, again, to be quite representative for the sector. One step further is, what are the concrete things we do? What's the methodology behind? Then you see we have basically 5 pillars. Don't have to go into detail here, because I understand we're already quite late. So, but let's say we work part on the actual technologies. So these can be like new ways on how to sort, on how to recycle. Then we also have what we call the socio-economic aspect. For example, understanding consumers. Then we have a part on piloting, so where we try to really, let's say, the best of our findings to bring them to larger scale. And we have also a pillar on uptake, where we interact with associations, with companies, and so on to promote this. And the one in the top middle is where we say we also want to build capacity for the sector to go more circular, to become more sustainable. And one of the things there is about the digital infrastructure. And I would say if in general you would like to know more about the project, there's the website. Well, also this slide, well, I think it shows that the part of the digital infrastructure, as we called it at the beginning of the project, because this was written about 4 years ago, so DPP was not that common. It's only one smaller part in the whole of the project. But nevertheless, for us, it is there, and it's also quite an important part. One of the main things why we integrated it in the initial project proposal is that already at that time, we were quite convinced that such a system of having the digital information available can help a lot to become more circular for the sector. And so that's still, let's say, our basic viewpoint, why we do it in the project. So it is not the DPP like collect information about, let's say, product performance. It's really focused in our project on reaching circularity. How we do that? Well, we try to, or first what, is understand what potential data can help, what are the requirements for the data, and also to look, can we come to a more harmonized use of terminology? I know it's quite obvious, but it is definitely a point of a lot of concern. And so what we want to do is offer some first steps in organizing the data, the processes behind it, how it can be done, and also to give some guidance to companies who want to, let's say, enter this digital ecosystem. Next to a lot of practical challenges, what we see as the main thing towards the other efforts on the DPP is try to align, because as also shown here today, I think a lot is going on, both on the practical implementation of it, on the data gathering and so on. So for us, it's a key thing, how can we do something in the project that is sufficiently relevant, that has added value. When I say we, it's of course from our side and from Centexbel, we're the coordinator of the project, but the work is mainly done by 2 of our partners. One is RISE, so I think some of you undoubtedly know them, a large technology center in Sweden, and the other is probably less known, it's GTS. It's a small SME in Germany who focuses on developing, I would say, a potential standard on how to do this data exchange for the textile sector. So a little bit more concrete, what do we try to do when it comes, like, for example, for sorting, what data is needed? Well, if you take one step back, what we did in the beginning of the project is we developed a so-called tool for textile, post-consumer textile waste channeling. So that means to set up a procedure to see how can you make the best value of such textile items. What kind of questions, what kind of information do you need to, let's say, in an ideal case, to make the most value of this textile waste? And so that has been done already in the project. It's available if you would like to know more. It's an open tool, so that's the link to it. And what came out of this is that, let's say, in the ideal world, if you want to make a clear decision and an optimal decision on what to do with textile waste, we come up with 23 different so-called data points, so basically parameters that we would like to know about the textile waste to process it. Some things in there probably do not surprise you at all. It's something like the color of the fabric, Can be something like the year it's produced and other things. So that, let's say, what we would like to need. If we then make the step at currently what is available from automated sorting, then roughly from these 23, 3 points would be covered. That is about the color of the fabric can be automatically detected, more and more also the fiber composition, and also, let's say, if you have main disruptors, if it would be largely contaminated, if you would have some metal pieces or so, that can already be assessed. So you see there's a big gap between what we would like to know and what actually is already, let's say, available. And so there we see a big potential for data in the digital product passport, that it can really help to give a lot more information to do this sorting in a much more optimized way. One thing also to, let's say, temper the expectations about the digital product passport, one thing that is clearly critical if you want to do an optimal sorting is to assess the condition of the item. Because some people throw away something maybe after 2 times washing, maybe some never wore it, and other items might be, let's say, washed till they're deaf, so not worth anything anymore. And this, of course, this condition level, for the moment, it's a kind of at random by people who collect and who said, if it has this or this condition, I can still resell it, or it goes to recycling. But it's not standardized, so we see that also something from the project we have to work on, but also very realistic. It's not something that will come from the digital product passport, because I don't think, like maybe with the battery you can track, I don't think a piece of clothing, the digital product passport will be continuously updated every time you wash it or so. So it is something that cannot help there. Then the other thing is, next to sorting, an actually more valuable way to deal with it is, of course, if you can still reuse some textile, if it can become second-hand, or if you can repair, recycle, or maybe remanufacture. And also for that, we started, or we made these 23, and if you look, for example, for recycling, there are 10 data points that we say, okay, these are really critical, these we would like to know. Again, in practice for the moment, you cannot access them, but what we already did in the project to make this overview, so these 10 are, let's say, or correspond with the right column there, so for recycle. We did the same exercise, what you can do for, or what you would need for repair, what you would ideally need for reuse. And so what we try to do is to, first of all, reach a kind of consensus within the sector. Look, are this indeed the information, or is this the info that we need for reuse, for repair, for ideally fiber-to-fiber recycling? And then also that we can, from the project, suggest some minimum data requirements for, I would say in general, the eco-design regulation, but then also specifically for the DPP. So that's, let's say, the framework that we're trying to build. On the other hand, we also look into the practical aspects of the data handling. And there also, I would say, the current situation is quite sobering, because, of course, brands have quite some info on their products, but often that is, let's say, or the information is available in a way that historically grew, so it can be quite complex. It's not straightforward. It's a quite complex mapping, how they go from supplier to what the brand has. And often also brands don't know all, or maybe even don't want to know all what's in their supply chain. So it's not so easy. So what we present there from the side of the project is a more structured mapping. Of course, there might be different options to do that, but as mentioned before, we have one partner in the consortium, GTS, who would like to do that in a more structured way and who offers some data handling standard, some procedures to come to that. And that involves, on the one side, the mapping, and that's relatively easy. But the key thing to do there is, of course, let's say the semantics aspects, because one word can mean different things, or the opposite. Also, one specific thing can have different wording. So to make this mapping is quite a challenge. And then also something that is, at least for a lot of the SMEs, not that evident, is to see how this data exchange can happen in a more automated way, because maybe in some sectors it is, but for a lot of these things it is not. So that we also try to see what data can be easily become available, where, let's say, can we do it in an automated way, assuming this more simple mapping. And then what we would like to do for this part, let's say as a kind of final result, is a so-called open data guide. I think the word says it. What we will do is summarize the work that we did and give concrete guidelines, mainly in mind the textile sector in Europe. That means more than 99% are SMEs, so some concrete, easy to follow, hopefully guidelines. I'll not go into detail here. This is one. The other one is also like, for example, how as a company you can already be more aware of the data needs, how you can already look what is currently in place, for example, from digital systems, from EPR systems and ERP systems and so on to be used. Also something like data carriers. What is possible to place on a garment? What are the options? Also about the labeling with textiles. Can you make a link? And things like that. So that's very briefly what we try to do related to DPP from SISUTAC. I would say, first of all, try to see which data is really needed to reach circularity. Also the processes to get that data. As mentioned, we have these 23 data points that we try to, let's say, work to for making sorting, reuse, repair, recycling possible. And also what we really try to work to is this harmonization, this common understanding of the, and then also more automated data exchange. And as mentioned, this should lead, will lead to the open data guide. And if you would be interested, it's not there yet, but the deliverable is due in a couple of months. So by the end of 25, it will definitely be available if you would be interested. That was it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this excellent presentation. Is there any question, please?
Hi, thank you very much for a very nice talk. You were, let's like, to understand better, you were showing table with like a big table, exactly here. What those X means, because I see that by certification you don't have any X. What?
X means that it is for the moment seen as relevant,
okay,
as possible, more or less already to realize it.
Okay, because of certificate they have no X, which means that they are not relevant, or
let's say
or it's difficult.
Like if we think, for example, for repair, I don't think for the moment there is a certificate. Excuse me. Okay. So if we look, for example, for a repair, I don't think there's really certificate that would already exist that would help you tremendously if you get a piece of textile to help you to repair it. So in that sense, a bit of, maybe a more critical assessment of what can help and what not. But in general, we are convinced of, in the textile world, of the use of certificates. So.
Thank you.
Thank you for the very illustrative presentation. You made my day. On the semantics, we with ChemX, we do the same story on material representation to have this horizontal material representation. So what is your lessons learned from tackling this very large question? How do I represent, according to the English empirists, a word that is just a poor imprint of what I have seen? And there is always confusion. So you said we need clear definition of words, and it has to match maybe not only the textile industry, because we supply chemicals, materials, additives that go into this kind of textile world, and that then the downstreams, customers, user, recycler are going to understand what is it and how, what can I do with it. So what are your lessons learned in approaching this large vocabulary that it becomes like a horizontal standard and is serving multiple industries? Do you have an answer on that?
Half. I mean, in the sense that it was shown before, I don't remember which presentation, but it was on the timeline of typical standardization and coming to a common agreement, and it was written, a standard typically takes 4 to 10 years to agree on. And I think that's really the challenge. What we saw, not specifically here, but in general, if it's about standardization in textiles, it is this long process. It has this cascade aspect, as it was meant. So I think it is only, it will take a very long time to agree on definitions and so on. So in that sense, I think that can be a way forward. But to have something, let's say, quicker or so, I also don't, from my side, I mean, I think there are a lot of other efforts to build this consensus.
Sorry, I disagree, because this is not about semantics for describing the entire textile supply chain, which I agree will take a long time. But this is about developing semantics for delegated acts, which will be an infinitely tiny subset of the semantics you would need to describe the entire textile supply chain. And this is not a huge amount of work. Once the eco-design forum and the delegated acts are out, transforming these information requirements into machine-readable vocabularies, this is not a huge amount of work. And it's not a lot of information points. So I think we have to understand that the scope of the DPP is, first of all, regulatory, and then we can do other things beyond regulation, which indeed will require a lot of standardization effort.
No, I think that's the main thing. I don't think in itself it might be this amount of work, but I think to reach the consensus and to make sure, let's say, all people understand the same and work towards some of these parameters, because I think it's one thing to have, let's say, a kind of highlight, like what are the parameters, but what is exactly understood with it, what kind of data will be in it, and so I think that will.
Okay, we can continue discussion later. We have 3 questions more. Yeah, please. This one, yes, this one, and this.
Hi, Andres Alcayaga. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question about the timeline, because we still, in terms of textiles, for example, we are still years away of having passports in the whole European Union. So there is like a transitions phase, let's say 5-10 years. Have you thought in your project about the meantime? So what's happening with in the economy or in general, for example, recycling processes, collections, when you have perhaps 10-20% of the textiles in the economy with passports and the rest without, maybe 50%? Have you takeaways in that direction?
Yeah. I think all the actors who are currently that currently work on collecting and sorting, they already count on solutions before the DPP is in place, because indeed you have now already the large amounts that have to be processed. And so what is happening a lot when I show the slide with currently, like what you can typically find with automated sorting is like the color, the fabric type and main disruptors. That is definitely being extended for the moment. So there's a lot of in the pipeline to make that wider. I don't know if that answers, but there's definitely ways to deal with the current waste. But fact is, I don't think we're necessarily these years away of having some technical solutions, but I fear we will be years away from having an economic solution with these technical solutions. In the sense that a lot is already possible on technical level, but for the moment it is very difficult to find, let's say, a business model behind it, or to make at least a living with collecting and sorting. And that, I think, is the hard reality. If you look in Europe, the last years, a lot of the typical textile collectors and sorters, they went bankrupt. Because in the past it was, they had a different way of dealing, they had more high quality. There was if one likes it or not, but there was a larger amount of shipping outside Europe where they could be made a profit. That's all disappearing. And a lot of these actors for the moment are stopping their activities because it's not profitable.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, please, Kostas, one additional.
Yes, I have 2 questions. Well, first, on your approach, for my understanding, are you creating the DPP on once the product is created, or before its second life, before it's sorted?
So as I mentioned, we don't really work on a DPP or the IT structure or so, but what we try to do mainly in the project is to understand what would be the data needed to make it circular. And when it comes to the mapping and so, then indeed it's from before a product is made. What GTS tries to do is to see what kind of information can it get from producers that brands anyhow ask, and to provide it in a more structured way.
Okay, thanks. And regarding data carriers, are you looking into this or only conceptual? For example, if it's RFID is better for textiles, or if it's a QR code embedded in the textile, how are you looking into that?
But it's not really a part of the project to develop some or so. What will be in the open data guide is what we find, let's say, what's out there, and to make a summary where it could fit, what type of could be logical to be used, but it's not a core of the project.
Thank you. Stop. One additional question here, because it is waiting. Yeah, one question.
This is rather comment because he was asking about the chemical substances and the textile and the mixture of it, and that it takes years to standardize. And I don't think that's the case, because you can perfectly mix the already a very nice ontology that has been made by GTS with some chemical ontology that the Chemical Society has done. Look in TIB, there's tons of ontologies that you can just mix in. And here you see the benefit of the DPP would be to say that not only can I recognize the T-shirt, but I also get the chemical content, which may infect my influence my decision on recycling or reuse.
Thanks a lot. We can discuss after this aspect as well. It will generate more and more. Yeah, Salim, you would like to say something?
Actually, no. I'm just surprised. In the table, we have different criteria for recyclability, but we don't see the cost. Because actually what drives in a recycling essentially is how much it costs.
Yeah, but the table was made from a technical viewpoint. What imports?
Good. Thanks a lot for this nice discussion on the end of the day. And you are still with power to discuss, and still you are motivated to contribute to the conference. And now I'm really happy to invite you to the most challenging and exciting part of the conference. It is poster presentations. It is really not very easy to give the core of your talk in 2 minutes. And yes, all poster abstracts we have already in the book of abstracts. You can read it, but I'm inviting now all 9 or 10 presenter to speak very short about your topic, about your project, your contribution, and after that, all of us can stay here and discuss and look around for these posters. And first, I would like to invite Thomas Exner to start. If you please identify where you use your poster. If you stay there from this poster, please do it. If you are sitting really in other direction, please only be clear about which poster we are speaking now. And Thomas, 2 minutes.
2 minutes. And I'm the first one, therefore I can set the stage. I'm talking about this magenta, whatever color poster on macrame. The idea is that there is safety. We heard a lot of safety issues in the talks, and the data has also to come somewhere. Therefore we need guidance, documents, guidelines, OECD guidelines for relatively complex materials and also materials in their life cycle stages. That is what macrame is trying to do, develop these and also then create the data. We heard a lot of trust. I think with these kind of data, it's not enough to just know who the data produced, but also how they were produced, and therefore data management is quite hard to do there. It is not something which is directly going into the passports, but at least we have, I think we need links to then have access to the more data which we cover there in macrame. Was that 2 minutes?
It was 1 minute 15 seconds. Still have Great, thanks a lot, Thomas. It was poster 1. Poster 2, Elise Morel,
Yeah, I'm here. Oh, it's good. Yeah, I'm speaking about the posters that arrived quite lately in the corner from the IKEA project. So it's a bit like macrame. We are sister projects. We are generating kind of safety assessments. It's more focused on integrating different screening assays for applicable for nanomaterials. And the project will test also different life cycle of different projects. So we have battery casing, which are quite indirectly linked with the battery regulation, but there are also tires, cement, ATEX tanks, and inks, 3D printed inks. And so, I was curious to come here to see if those safety data that are generated by kind of research projects can be helpful for industrial in some ways and linked with the digital passport. And because those assays will be tested with this released material, we were thinking if we can maybe provide some input for prioritizing some sample to be tested along the life cycle, for example. And of course, the data that are produced by the project's ecotox data will be helpful to support safe and sustainable by design framework implementation, and also life cycle assessments in the way that in vitro assays can be, for example, translated into in vivo extrapolation results, extrapolated results, and that's provide data for life cycle assessments. So that's pretty much why I'm here today.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. It is, yeah, all is in time. Very good. Yeah. Next speaker is Kevin Nagorny.
Yes, thank you. I will speak about the PSS Pass project, the poster which you can see directly there. PSS Pass stands for Methods and Tools for the DPSSP, the Digital Product Service System Passport. What we are doing in this project, we extending the DPP towards the so-called DPSSP. What does it mean? We see not only the product and want to put product data into a DPP. We see also the services around the product along the life cycle, so considering the design phase, maintenance, or the usage phase. And in this project, we are thinking about which data from the services can we extend or can be put into a DPSSP. And what can we do with such data to reduce the ecological footprint of our products by changing the usage of the product or by redesigning the product, thinking about R strategies and decision support for that. For this we have four major pillars, I would say. The first is building the DPSSP based on an ontology approach. So starting from onto-commons and IOF ontologies and extending them. Second pillar is digital environment. There we plan to make an asset administration shell-based environment working together with Unparallel from Portugal. And then we need, of course, something to exploit the data, to use the data. And therefore we are planning to do some simulation and digital twin approach and also use AI to make LCA and LCC. We have 3 pilots in this project, all from different sectors. Sector 1 is, or pilot 1 is, has the sector home appliance, represented by Electrolux. Second pilot is complex equipment, represented by ORS, and we have also the textile sector, pilot 3, represented by Tenua. So if you want to know more about this, we will speak afterwards.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please, Arko Steinwender.
Yeah, so I want to present the first paper. The first poster is the Champions project. This is the green one here in the corner. And yeah, originally this project hasn't the DPP as a topic, and because it's in a call of big data in the production environment. Yeah, to foster a confident and intelligent approach to manage production relevant data. Yeah, but 1-2 years ago, we decided to bring in also the digital product passport. We have 4 use cases in this project, and I will explain a little bit the first use case. It's a tamper-proof material tracking where partners of us develop a tool for the traceability of wood along the entire value chain without physical markers. So they developed a tool with image-based recognition method, yeah, for material tracking from the wood to over the sawmill to the joinery, and then to a dealer maybe. And in this case also we created then or we developed a demonstrator of digital product passport. You also can see here a QR code which you can scan also to see a user interface. I think the user interface of this is not the great innovation, but behind we connected a data space where every actor, so the forest, the sawmill, the joinery, and the dealer were actors in this data space. Yeah, and this we tried there to demonstrate, and this I think this is a good basis also for other projects we will use. So also for the next project I will explain afterwards. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And next it is yours as well, yes? Yeah. Okay, please continue.
So the next one is from another flagship project in Austria and Germany. It's called Passat. It's the next page. Thank you. So the Passat project has also the title Digital Product Passport Austria and Beyond, and I think this beyond is a very important point here. So this project should support Austrian companies in the practical implementation of the digital product passport, helping them to prepare for future regulatory requirements and leverage the DPP as a tool for circular sustainable business models. So we also have here the business models part. We have different working groups as working packages. One is, so we are developing the data, the DPP data part. Second one is the DPP system, and then also we have an application work package where we try also to go beyond to see the benefits of
Thank you very much. Yeah. To all presenter, please activate your mic when you are speaking. Please, it is on. Good. Next presenter, Sjot Rongen. Yeah, if I'm speaking. Yeah.
Short is unfortunately not here.
Okay.
There was a security issue.
Okay.
Yeah,
Good.
the registration file.
Okay. Good. Then we are going for the next talk.
Can I make a plug on behalf of Stuart? Being a no.
Please activate your mic. I think.
Oh, I didn't, and it went off. So apologies. Stuart and the team at TNO. I'm not from TNO, so I can't speak on their behalf. But they've set up the Dutch Center of Excellence for DPPs and received some funding from the Dutch government. And they will have a first large conference, I think, in September as a stakeholder event to bring a lot of people together. If you're interested in this event, contact Stuart to meet anyone and everyone who is active in the Netherlands on DPPs. So everyone will be in the room, and it will probably be 200 people or something like that. No. You don't have to be Dutch at all. You don't have to be Dutch. It's just to make a plug that they're working on a large-scale event, which might be the first national event of its kind. I'm not sure. Let me find that from the email.
Maybe you can distribute information tomorrow, yeah, and it will be good for everybody, and we will send around, yeah, for everybody who is interested. But thanks a lot. Yeah.
The 9th of October, 20 this year. 9th of October. October 9th. Short Rongen, or Rongen, if you want.
Okay, let's continue this exercise with poster presentation, and I would like to invite Maria Hammer to present here. Please, Maria.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for bringing it down to a national level on the knowledge hub, because we are actually going down on the regional level for knowledge hub for information for SMEs. So our project is about it's a pre-study looking for how we can support the SMEs in the region of Halland, a small region in Sweden, where 99% of all the companies are SMEs. So it's really important. And this is how to see or help them and support them, how they can adopt and utilize the DPP as a sort of strengthening of capacity and competitiveness for their companies in order just to both increase digitalization of the companies as it's needed, as well as seeing circularity as business opportunity. We have started this year, so we have done some interviews with some companies. So I have preliminary results on the poster, so I can share them when you come and discuss with me later on. Yeah, this is just to see if we could facilitate and sort of gather all the information, both on technical, practical, and European, national, and regional level, into bringing it into more easy, trustworthy information for the SMEs on this.
Thank you very much, Maria. Yeah. Next speaker is Anna-Maria Ellert.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everyone. My poster is that one here. It's my institute. It's a part of a bigger initiative which we have in Germany, which is called QI Digital. We have heard today about QI a bit. We have heard about the testing and certificates. So QI, for those who don't know, it's kind of like a backbone of economy. So how we measure, how we test, how standards work together, and accreditation and market surveillance. So it's a system which makes it safe for us, like products, and also make sure that the products are what they claim to be. So QE is in the system of the DPP all over. So it's not like one product, it's group, it's everywhere, the QE. So that's why in Germany we are trying to make this backbone on the next level. So we are thinking about holistically the system. We want to modernize it, digitalize it, make it interoperable, and harmonize it. So QE is also global, so we have to think about making it for not only for Europe, but it should work in global value chain. So my project, what I will be here presenting, is how we are trying to change from the paper-based quality to more data-driven quality assurance. And we are not doing this alone. We are looking in Germany how the QE digital tools will fit the standards like asset administration, verifiable credentials, also data spaces. So we are all over kind of, because it's all over, the QE is all over. And I'm super happy to discuss with you all of those topics, also like market surveillance, because we also as a QE Digital started to discuss with market surveillance what kind of needs they see in the DPP, what would help them to work properly with like DPP. So this is also a very important issue, and I'm super happy to discuss with you how it is in your countries, and happy to exchange more about those topics. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we are going for final talk today. Yeah, Kostas.
Hello. My name is Kostas Hadjiano. I'm coming from ICCS, and I represent the THESEUS project, the pink poster here on behind Natalia. THESEUS is also a young project, only 6-7 months old, but it's representing more or less most of what we've been talking about today, except for battery passports. I guess it's in its core, it's a hub for circularity in the Attica region in Greece. So representing or including both water, energy, and a lot of material flows, mainly from process and energy-intensive industries. We are doing a lot of interventions, and especially with the sorting and separating post production, but also post consumer waste. We are trying also to create smart decision making through the adoption of DPPs, both on the industrial level and how industries share data between them, but also on the regional level, and how we can make smarter decisions regarding governance. So some of the materials that we are looking into are textiles. We have the purple bins in Greece, where we collect 99% of used textiles, and then they go into a sorting facility, a big recycling center, and then down to companies that try to process them. For example, one mattress creating company used from only from used material, but also insulation material for automotive. And we have already started with creation of a DPP for that use case. We are creating construction material for marble dust. We are sorting different types of materials. So, and we also have 2 replicators in Norway and Sweden in order to exchange best practice and challenges among the regions, in order to adopt and also exchange best practices and what has worked well and what has not worked well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we finalized with official program and talks, yeah. But we are still have the time for networking, exchange the opinion, experience, and maybe to discuss some things which we did not asked here. please take this opportunity, especially for poster presenter and from this discussion from poster sessions. We will start tomorrow at 9 o'clock with the input talk from Commission. Please be here a little bit earlier because the security at 9 will be a little bit longer as security at 2 o'clock. Yeah, we were today morning at 10 and it take some time. At 9 will be worse. Yeah, and we will first of all proceed with session 2. And after that, session 3, session 4, and full program for tomorrow. Be with energy, enthusiastic, and bring your questions here. Thanks a lot to all of you. For session 3 to tomorrow, if you still did not give us presentations, please do it now or tomorrow early morning. Thank you.